Welcome to Europe's spaceport here in French Guiana and a front row seat to the launch of the Vega-C rocket.
Il nostro razzo è pronto. Proprio qui incapsulati ci sono l'Ares 2 dell'Agenzia Spaziale Italiana e 6 CubeSat che saranno tra i primi passeggeri di questa nuova versione consolidata.
Over the next couple of hours, we will introduce you to Vega-C and what makes this rocket unique.
E vi raccontiamo tutte le operazioni di lancio in diretta da qui, dal centro di controllo Jupiter. Io sono Emilio Cozzi.
I'm Dante Galli.
Io sono Sheila Spina.
And I'm Matt Russell, and we're proud to bring you live coverage of the inaugural launch of Vega-C. Behold, there she is, the hero of the show, the very first of her kind, Vega-C, standing perfectly still, poised on the edge of the Amazon rainforest right here at Europe's spaceport in French Guiana. Welcome, one and all. You are watching the first ever flight of a new European rocket, silent and on the launch pad, ready to lift off into the inky blackness of space, all in about 30 minutes. This is a magic day when cutting-edge engineering mingles with the bright stuff of imagination. Lovely shots of the rocket here, a nice far view. We can see, oh, it's beautiful. Dante, what a rocket.
Definitely beautiful.
Look at that. Dante, you were telling me you had to add a little bit at the top there of the mast just to get because it's a taller rocket than before. So there we go. We're the English commentators, and we're here in the Jupiter Control Center, and we're looking across the VIPs and the flight directors there and people, and up there in the gods are our commentating booths, and you can just see Sheila, and there I am with Dante, the marvelous Dante, Vega veteran. And in the next booth to us we have my Italian twin brother Emilio Cozzi and his technical whiz Sheila Spinner, talking over on the ESA's Italian language feed. Dante, we're looking into what some call the fishbowl here. Can you tell us a little bit more about the fishbowl?
The fishbowl, yes. Jupiter is the main control center at the Europe spaceport. It interfaces to other centers and launch facilities on the site to collect and analyze overall status and readiness for launch. We are seeing now our DDO, Director des Opérations, so the flight director, Mr. Frédéric Rodier, who will carry us through this inaugural launch of Vega-C. And this center is very important because it is the center that gives the final authorization for flight for any launcher in Europe spaceport, and specifically today for the inaugural launch of Vega-C. And we can see on the back of the screen in Jupiter room that all the parameters are green, and this is a very good sign. Everything is set and ready to have a liftoff in less than 30 minutes.
I'll tell you what, having spent a few days here, you really do get a sense of all the hard work that's going on here, all around Europe, in fact, to make this happen.
Indeed, Matt. Activity started about 9 hours ago, initiating the sequence of operations leading to the liftoff. But it is true that everything started about 8 years ago. Thousands of engineers and technicians spread all across Europe working hard to bring everything in perfect condition for this moment.
Yeah, so not only is the European Space Agency launching this new, rather attractive, sleek-looking rocket, and there we have the external camera, but we also have a primary payload, l'Ares 2 from the Italian Space Agency, and also 6 CubeSats and various institutes, universities, etc. in Italy, France, and Slovenia. You are watching the first ever flight of a new rocket. Hashtag Vega-C, why not comment along on the ESA Twitter, that is at ESA and at Vega_STS, the Twitter channels. So, hey world, what do you reckon? I want to know what we have in store over the next hour or so. So here's a 2-minute rundown on what we should expect to see.
Earlier today, at Europe's spaceport here in French Guiana, the mobile gantry that housed Vega-C during its assembly and preparation for launch was retracted. Inside the fairing at the top of our rocket sits the Italian Space Agency's l'Ares 2 satellite, along with 6 smaller CubeSats. Flight VV21 will begin with the ignition of Vega-C's P120C engine and liftoff. At 13.5 meters long, P-120C is built around a monolithic carbon fiber tube. The engine will burn through 142 tons of fuel in just over 2 minutes to take the launch vehicle to an altitude of nearly 74 kilometers. The first stage will then be separated, quickly followed by ignition of the Zefiro 40 second stage, which will burn for another 2 minutes before separation at nearly 160 kilometers altitude. The Zefiro 9 third stage then takes over, just before the payload fairing is jettisoned safely outside Earth's atmosphere, exposing our passengers to space. This will happen about 4 minutes and 45 seconds into flight. Zefiro 9 will bring our passengers to about 308 kilometers. At about 7 minutes and 20 seconds into flight, the Zefiro 9 will separate and we enter a brief unpowered ballistic phase for the Avum Plus stage. Later, it will boost itself up to nearly 5,900 kilometers and deploy the Laris-2 satellite around an hour and 14 minutes into flight. The Avum Plus will then maneuver to a slightly lower orbit of 5,840 kilometers, and at 2 hours and 9 minutes after liftoff, 6 CubeSat research payloads will be released.
So we've seen the purpose and indeed a timeline for the first flight of Vega-C, the rocket we see on the screen right now. Very well proportioned rocket we see. One thing I'm picking up from this launch is that a really important feature of this new European rocket is her versatility. Dante, tell me what that means.
Yes, one of the key characteristics of this rocket is its versatility. This means the capability to serve several and different payloads, as Vega-C is able to bring into orbit payloads ranging from over 2,000 kilograms, single payload for Earth observation missions like the Sentinels, down to the smallest 1 kilogram CubeSat developed by universities or research centers. And we can do this because we increased by 50% performance of the Vega system, and we also doubled the volume inside the fairing, while keeping the cost low to be competitive in the tough market of access to space.
Well, what I love about the European Space Agency, it represents the collaboration of countries from all across the European continent. This project is no different, Dante. How many people are involved?
Vega-C is a great example of European cooperation. We have 13 European countries participating on its development and thousands of engineers and technicians working on this program. A great human adventure for a great European team.
Yeah, so I mean, it is fantastic, isn't it? So many people. Look at all those people there from all around the European continent and from here in French Guiana working on that. So with that in mind, I think we're going to go over on video link to the hardworking teams in Italy. And there they are, the amazing, beautiful brainiacs at Esrin in Frascanti near Rome, one of the many European Space Agency centres across Europe. But this particular centre is the home of the ESA Vega team. And now a few kilometres away in Colleferro, the team at Avio, I hope.
Here we are, Avio. Hundreds of engineers and technicians have worked so hard to bring this rocket up to this moment. Avio is the prime contractor of Vega-C, directly in charge of the production, integration and testing of the 4 stages of the rocket. And here we are clapping. They are ready for this flight.
Yes, that was great. How will these people be feeling, Dante?
Well, it is difficult to describe. Mixing emotions now because pressure is building. You can hear also by my voice. Expectation, a little bit of caution, of course, pride and willingness to see all their hard work flying into the sky.
Yeah, we are watching the inaugural flight of Vega-C. Hashtag Vega-C. I'd love to see the Twitter responses on @ESA or @Vega_STS. Well, I don't know about you, Dante, but I would quite like to have a little sneak peek about how on earth a project this complicated. I mean, look at it. We've got mobile gantries, we've got a huge rocket, and all those. Just the mass, how hard this is just ridiculous. So I'm going to have a look at the Vega-C project here, how it came together, and how on earth a rocket like this gets built.
Benvenuti in Avio. Questo è il nostro stabilimento in Colleferro. Siamo a circa 50 km da Roma e qui prepariamo ogni singolo assieme che comporrà poi la struttura del lanciatore. Sono Francesca Marletta, un ingegnere di sistema su Vega e Vega-C. Qui siamo di fronte al primo step della preparazione della struttura di un lanciatore, che consiste nell'applicazione della protezione termica interna della struttura. Sopra questa, una volta curata, andremo ad applicare la fibra di carbonio per aumentare le capacità di resistenza della struttura, quindi di ogni singolo assieme che comporrà il lanciatore. Ciao ragazzi, allora adesso ovviamente si è creato un feeling diretto con il lanciatore, ma anche perché si sono creati dei rapporti strettissimi con i colleghi. E dopo aver effettuato il collaggio del propellente, portiamo la struttura qui. Quello che effettuiamo quindi è l'integrazione dell'accenditore e dell'ugello e effettuiamo tutte quelle integrazioni degli equipment che permettono di avere lo stadio finale. Quindi quello che possiamo vedere qua è la struttura prima della partenza della Guyana. Quindi siamo pronti per la campagna di lancio.
ESA and Avio worked together since the beginning of the 2000 when we started the development of Vega. We tried to implement in Vega-C all what we learned during the 10 years of Vega. So we tried to make a larger rocket, a less expensive rocket, by leveraging all of the expertise that throughout 20 flights we actually accumulated.
C stands for consolidation. We really wanted to consolidate what we had. So we added basically more than 50% of performance. So you will see a bigger launcher with respect to Vega, 50% more performance at the same cost. So the first stage, the P120C, which replaces the P80, is always a solid rocket motor, which has much more propellant in it, of course. The second stage is also new, completely new. Engine is 36 ton instead of 23. And that's the key of improvement. And of course we have also a bigger fairing to host our payload, to have more volume as well. And also an improved AVUM with some new avionics as well.
This base is the support for the Vega launcher model that was put here 10 years ago at the time of the maiden flight of Vega. Now it's being substituted because it's time to leave the floor to Vega-C, the newcomer.
My name is Renato Lafranconi. I'm the Vega Programs Manager and I cover this function since April 2021.
Buongiorno a tutti.
Buongiorno. Good morning. So let's start our weekly meeting. I give you some feedbacks from Kourou. I'm just back from there. Today the team reached an amount of 65 members. Most of them are ESA members, but we also have specialists from French and Italian space agencies. Every member of the team is proud to be part of this adventure, which is something that shows Europe at its best. Ambitious, agile, creative and technically excellent.
Vega-C perfectly fits into the longer-term strategy for Europe of launchers. We need guaranteed access to space, and Vega-C is the medium-class element of guaranteeing that. Of course, in addition to Ariane 5 today and Ariane 6 in the future, and the micro-launchers at the other end.
Arianespace is what we call a launch service provider. Our role is to commercialize the European developed launchers under the leadership of ESA to both institutional and private customers. Vega-C is perfectly suited to serve the booming Earth observation market as well as the long-term institutional needs.
It is this control center which is used for all the launchers of the spaceport and for all the launches. This launch is very important because it is the first launch of Vega-C, so of course there is a question of demonstration of the launcher, but also a question of demonstration of the capacity of the CAG to adapt in order to welcome newcomers.
Tutta la fatica provata nei mesi precedenti al lancio viene ripagata da un'enorme emozione che si prova in quel momento e il senso di comunione è un qualcosa di indescrivibile. Quindi siamo pronti per Vega-C.
It really is Europe at its best. You really get to see all that hard work, teamwork and technology there involved in a project like this. It's just fantastic. And what an amazing show of emotion there from Francesca Maletta at the end of that clip. It just means so much to everyone involved as we edge ever closer to the end of this Vega-C launch campaign. And we really are edging ever closer to the launch of Vega-C, the inaugural flight of Europe's shiny brand new rocket that we see right there. Really good shot there. Looking around the control center, I can see very nervous guests all at the edge of their seats. Right, Dante, we heard in that last clip the concept of Europe having an independent access to space for commercial and institutional launches. Can you elaborate on that?
The use of space is strategic for Europe with all the benefits that it brings. And this can only be ensured by keeping the capability to access space. Space is already shaping in a significant way our daily life, and it will even more do so in the future. And Vega-C will play a fundamental role in this context, because thanks to the increased performance but at similar cost of Vega, it will be more competitive and will enable access to space to any space player. And it's paving the way for the new generation of European space transportation system, with coming next the Ariane 6, the big brother sharing with Vega-C the first stage, the P120C, use a strap-on lateral booster, and also supporting new mission possibilities, including return-to-Earth capability with the Space Rider.
Yeah, and it's not just the engineers that are emotional. Dante's emotional in here as well, because he's very vested in this project. So a combination of Vega-C and Ariane 6, Europe really does have a very comprehensive launch capability. They pair up beautifully well. Vega-C for the small and medium payloads, and Ariane 6 for the bigger payloads that Vega-C can't carry. Vega-C can carry a couple of small cars into orbit, however, so that's pretty good going. 50% improvement on the old Vega. Well, with that said, we have the Director of Space Transportation, Daniel Neuenschwander. Let's see what he has to say about the benefits that Vega-C brings to European autonomy and independent access to space.
Freedom of action of space needs that Europe can launch at any time, any key mission, replying to our own needs of the continent on the global geopolitical scene. Space is bringing fundamental data for our life on Earth. Vega-C has the capability to launch in particular Earth observation satellites. Earth observation satellites make us better understand the functioning of our climate, our meteorology, hazardous situations with fires, eruption of volcanoes, but also for security through monitoring the respect of international treaties. You need this monitoring capability. So it really brings an added value, added services to the citizen and the life of every woman and man on this small blue planet. And with that, I think it is very well invested money.
Well, for those who have just joined us, and what on earth have you been doing if you have, we are in the final 10 minutes of the countdown to the first ever launch of Europe's new versatile rocket, the Vega-C. This just means so much for Europe as a whole, and we'll be covering this game-changing launch all the way to the payload release, and we'll be covering some of those benefits for science and commerce and people around Europe and the world. I'm Matthew Russell of the Interplanetary Podcast, and I'm joined by Dante Galli, Vega expert and the Space Rider program manager, no less. Dante, are you getting excited now?
Definitely. We are less than 9 minutes from the liftoff. We are really close. We are now seeing still the green parameters saying us that everything is set and ready for the launch.
Yeah, so there we go. We got Meteo. That green one at the bottom is basically saying that the weather, the high winds there are good to go. We're good for a launch. So
yes, we just received confirmation that the last meteo check was Okay, so no strong wind at high altitudes, that can be risky for a launch, so we have also received this last green.
Well, everyone here at Europe Spaceport has been working hard for many months. Dante, can you talk us through these last few months of operations and preparations, the launch campaign?
Are manufactured in Europe and then transferred through ship to the French Guiana in the Kourou port. Then they are transferred to the launch site thanks to dedicated truck. And then once there, the real phase of the launch campaign begins. And we start, of course, with the first stage, the P120C, that is slowly and safely transferred to the Vega launch site thanks to this very special truck. We call it the Fardier, with so many wheels, and gently and smoothly bringing the first stage into the mobile gantry. Once we integrate the first stage, then we vertically integrate the other stages of the rocket thanks to a traveling crane. And this operation is, we have to take really care of this operation, and mostly we have to take care of the integration of the stage and all the mechanical and electrical connections between the stages. Second, third, and fourth stage are integrated, and while in parallel, inside other facilities in the Europe Spaceport, the satellites finalize their preparation for the launch, and then they are encapsulated into the fairing, the top part of the launcher. Then the fairing itself is installed on top of a dedicated min for transfer to the launch site. And here you can see the last operation before the transfer. And here we have the transfer occurred more or less 1 week ago. And you can see that the gray tube is air conditioning, so to keep the satellite protected during all its life up to the moment of the release in space. Then still with the traveling crane we have a vertical integration of the fairing on top of the rest of the rocket, and once we realize this connection, we finalize the mechanical integration. But it's not finished. We have a lot of electrical checks, fluidics checks, and final dress rehearsal to see that everything is set for the flight. And then just 4 hours ago, we had this amazing rollback of the mobile gantry. So the rocket is ready and has to be set free to fly over the sky. And we move the mobile gantry slowly 100 meters far away from the rocket.
Oh, that's absolutely incredible. All that rocket, though, to get a small payload up into space, the tyranny of the rocket equation. I love the fact that the whole building moves and not the rocket. And the fact that we had a video of that operation is a real testament to everyone who works here, and including the video teams, just the most hardworking people I've ever met. Dante, tell me more about this mobile gantry. It is quite a Vega hallmark.
It's definitely a Vega hallmark, and indeed the operation was 4 hours ago, so it's an excellent work from also the video team. And you have two possibilities. Either you move the rocket on top of its launch pad, or you move the building, which is the second one. And you have to imagine 55 meters height building rolling back over 16 wheels over 2 rails for 100 meters. And the same concept is used also for the Ariane 6 in the new launch pad. But the building in this case is even bigger, 100-meter height.
God, that's absolutely crazy. I've heard that it's the weight of the Eiffel Tower, the Ariane 6 one. So
yes, but with wheels.
But with wheels moving back. So we are heading into the last 4 minutes now, a really significant moment, and we'll probably hear the DDO announce this significant synchronized sequence. So we're heading up to that point. We can see him there, Frederick.
À tous de DDO, attention pour la séquence finale lanceur.
There we go. Listen up, everyone. We're going into the final sequence.
Top, H0 moins 4 minutes.
Explain the synchronized sequence, Dante.
The flight director just confirmed the start of the synchronized sequence. It's an automated sequence that marks the last step of the countdown before takeoff. It is used to put the launcher into correct configuration just before the ignition of the first stage. It covers all the operations that have to be executed in the last part of the countdown, with the objective to preserve the launcher battery's capacity, safety of staff and premises, and the availability of all the launcher redundancies, because we have redundancies. We can not accept a single failure. The commands and controls are performed by a remote ground control bench, and the main steps are check of the correct status of avionics, fluidic system, power commutation on onboard batteries, harming of security barriers, and we do even a nozzle actuation, being the nozzle the bottom conical part of the stage with the function to provide guidance capability to the system. And a very special moment will arrive when the sequence is just 5 seconds before the liftoff, because at that moment we will have the so-called handover. So we will switch from the remote control bench management to the onboard computer management. From that moment on, the rocket will do all by its own.
Yeah, that's going to be an amazing moment. Dante, just before we go into the last minute of the countdown, what should we all be expecting? Give us some kind of spoilers, because this is going to be exciting, right? Give us a spoiler about what we're about to see.
Yes, I was 10 years ago watching for the first time the Vega inaugural flight. It was 13 February 2012, and what amazed me was how fast it was, that rocket. It's definitely really fast. You will see it jumping off the bed like Usain Bolt and go up into the sky in seconds. So if I have to say something, just be prepared.
Be prepared. Absolutely be prepared. So pay attention. Don't get up from your sofas. Don't make a cup of tea. Don't blink. It's going to be gone very, very quickly. It's a very cloudy and foggy day here today. It's been clear all week. So if you've just joined us, you are watching the inaugural launch of Europe's versatile new rocket Vega-C. She's waiting patiently to jump off that launch pad like a jaguar into the bright South American sky, or not so bright. It's pretty cloudy. So why not join the conversation on social media? And we're watching all the special guests actually march out to watch this with their own eyes. So hopefully I'll get to hear it. Right, we're going to stop bothering on now to give you a chance to soak in the last minute before launch. So sit back and enjoy. Dante and I will be back during the first moments. Oh, we have a red on the screen. We're going to hold for a while, so that red will probably mean that we'll not see the launch for a bit. So the rocket's sitting there patiently. We have a red light on the screen. Can you explain that red?
Yes, what happens is that we have a red from the launch site, so the ensemble de lancement, and this automatically stopped the sequence, and if you can see the chronology is stopped indeed, and now we have to wait for more updates from the flight deck, and we have to understand what happens, and so we have to wait.
Yeah, so we're going to keep you posted as soon as we get some updates from the flight deck. We are now in a holding pattern. But if you've just joined us, you are watching the inaugural launch of Vega-C here in French Guiana.
À tous de DDO, arrêt du décompte suite à un rouge, ensemble de lancement. Que tous les moyens restent prêts pour la reprise de la chronologie à H0-4 minutes, en cas de retour au vert.
So the red on the screen that stopped the countdown. What
And
did
the flight
DDO
director
say?
just said that as we were in the automated sequence, a red on any of the parameters automatically trigger the stop of the chronology, and he said just be all ready to be prepared for an eventual announcement of a new launch time, and then it will announce whether we will be able to resume the countdown from H-4 minutes.
And as you can see, we are suspending the commentary for now while we wait for a new launch time to be announced. Please stay tuned, because this is continually running, and we will notify you the new time as and when we have it. So for now, goodbye, but we will be back.
à tous de DDO. Suite à retour au vert des moyens ELA, le nouveau H0 visé est à 12h13 minutes 17 secondes TU. Donc le temps de décompte redémarrera à 12h09 minutes 17 secondes TU.
So you have rejoined us after a stop there. We have 4 minutes on the clock, but there's actually 6 minutes, just under 6 minutes before we launch. You are watching the inaugural launch of Vega-C, Europe's brand new rocket. Dante, tell us a little bit about that excitement that we've just had.
Yeah, but we had a stop in the chronology, but we were able to solve the issue that was a parameter out of tolerance has been solved, and now we are back heading towards the automated sequence the last 4 minutes before the liftoff. Yeah,
this automated sequence, what happens is any reds that come up in the automated sequence, that top red line, if that comes up, we're going to be in the same situation again, aren't we?
Exactly. The automated sequence worked perfect in the sense that when making all the checks of all the parameters, detected this out of tolerance and was able to trigger automatically the stop of the countdown, and the issue was rapidly solved, and so we are back.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually amazing, isn't it, that an issue can be solved when the rocket's standing there on the launch pad, away from the gantry that's been pulled away from it again. We talked about that mobile gantry and how important it is for Vega. We are going to be heading into this last 4 minutes, and this is the synchronized sequence. I will let Dante explain that again because it's such an important part of the rocket launch. We're heading down. I reckon we're going to see Frederic there announce that very shortly. So I'm going to stop bothering on until he does. Yeah. See if he does.
À tous de DDO, attention pour la séquence fila lanceur. Top, H0 moins 4 minutes.
And there he goes.
Yeah, the flight director just announced back that we started the automated sequence, and then we are now in the last 4 minutes of the chronology up to liftoff. And this automated sequence is the very last step of the countdown before the takeoff, and we use it to put the launcher in the correct configuration just before the ignition of the first stage. And this automated sequence covers all the operations that have to be executed in the last part of the countdown, and we have the objective to preserve the launcher capacity, the safety of people and premises, the availability of all the launcher redundancies. Command and controls are performed by a remote ground control bench now, and the main steps are the check of the correct status of the avionics and the fluidic systems, the power commutation on the onboard batteries, the harming of security barriers, and we even do a nozzle actuation test, and being the nozzle the bottom conical part of the stage that has the function to provide guidance capability to the system. And while we are going through this last sequence, a very special moment will be represented by the time we will be in 5 seconds, just before 5 seconds the liftoff, in which we will have the so-called handover. So the management of all the operations will pass from this remote control bench to the onboard computer, the brain of the rocket, that will take the lead from that moment on up to the release of the payloads.
Yeah, so from the fishbowl to the computer chip. Dante, just before we're going to this last minute of the countdown, what should we expect? I mean, we've got this beautiful rocket sitting there, completely still, but what are we going to... Give us a spoiler of the things that excite you at this launch.
What I can say is that 10 years ago, I was here witnessing the inaugural flight of the Vega in 2012, and what amazed me when seeing it from the terrace here was how fast it was. And Vega-C is expected to be exactly the same, so we expect to have this very fast rocket jumping off the pad like Usain Bolt and go up to the sky in seconds.
Yeah, so do not blink. Don't blink. Don't make a cup of tea. We're coming up to that final minute. If you've just joined, you are watching the inaugural launch of Europe's versatile new rocket, the Vega-C, waiting patiently to jump off the launch pad like a jaguar into this very cloudy South American sky. Right, we are going to stop bothering on now to give you some chance to soak in that last minute before the launch. So sit back and enjoy. Unfortunately, we have a red condition again. I can see it on the screen. So we're going to wait until we hear some more information from the flight deck. Dante, what do we see on the screen? There's 2, 3 reds.
Yes, we have to wait
À
from...
tous de DDO, arrêt du décompte suite à un rouge sauvegarde. Que tous les moyens restent prêts pour la reprise de la chronologie à H0-4 minutes, en cas de retour au vert.
Flight director just announced that the rouge in this case was triggered by the safeguard, so the safety means. So now we are going to suspend our commentary and we wait for flight updates and the new launch time to be announced.
Okay, yep. So we're back to a suspension of commentary. We'll inform you of that new flight time as soon as possible. It'll come up on the screen, so stay tuned to the feed. Goodbye for now.
à tous de DDO suite à retour au vert des différents moyens. Le nouveau H0 visé est à 13h 13 minutes 17 secondes TU. Le temps des comptes redémarrera à 13h 9 minutes 17 secondes.
So we're back. If you've just joined us, you are watching the inaugural launch of Europe's versatile new rocket Vega-C. And she really is waiting patiently to jump off that launch pad into the cloudy South American sky here. So we've had a couple of stops when we got down to the synchronized sequence, but you know, these things happen. It builds up some sort of terrific tension here. There's lots of people milling about. Everyone's slightly more excited, slightly more under pressure. Here we are in the Jupiter control room. We have about 1 minute 30 seconds until we get down to that 4-minute countdown. We've been here twice already, but it does queue up very, very nicely a 13:13 UTC launch time on the 13th of July. Are you a suspicious man, Dante?
Normal Italian, yes. And we had indeed a perimeter outside the regular tolerance. It has been corrected, and now all resources, both launcher and ground side, are again ready for this new synchronized sequence. And for information, that will be the last update for today. And let's wait now for the upcoming announcement from the flight director for entering into the synchronized sequence.
Yeah, so we can see all the flight directors there, and the people from Laris 2 who are waiting for their payload to be launched. There is Frederic, the DDO, or flight director as we call him. So he's sitting there patiently, looking at his screen.
À tous de DDO. Attention pour la séquence finale lanceur.
There we have it. I'm going to say stop, and we will start that synchronized sequence.
Top. H0 moins 4 minutes.
So it took us a little bit through the synchronized sequence, like you have done before, Dante. Yes, the synchronized sequence is doing and did already his job, let's say perfectly, in the sense that it's really intended to make all the sequence and the list of final checks of the thousands of parameters that have to be controlled on this launcher before it's liftoff in an automated way. That means that whenever something that is out of tolerance is detected, there is an automatic triggering, stopping the sequence and giving time to the technical teams to solve the issue, as they did well in the last minutes. And what we have to see now, and what we have to know, is that in this sequence, indeed, we are checking all the systems, both on ground sides and on launcher sides, in order to be ready to have the liftoff in less than 3 minutes now.
Yeah, everything is still green, so that's looking good. Yep, still green. Dante, you told me earlier on that white little bit at the top of the mast was an addition because Vega-C is so much taller.
Yes.
Some great views of the rocket here. So Dante, before we get to take off,
yeah, coming back to it's interesting that one of the masts, because Vega-C is almost 35 meters height with respect to the 30 meters of Vega, and so we had to increase the height also of that white parallelepipedus that is side to the rocket, that is called the umbilical mast, and you can see the tubes going there inside the fairing and still providing the good environment to the satellite. And now, as we are approaching to the last minute of the chronology, as I was saying before, you should pay attention on how fast this rocket is when leaving the pad, jumping off like Usain Bolt, and hopefully we will see
I'm getting very excited here. People are moving out onto the viewing platform now. We still have greens. This is fantastic. We've still got greens. We're moving towards that final minute. So Dante and I are going to stop our commentary. We want you to really soak this final minute in. Gives Dante and I a chance for our hearts to stop beating. But we will be back in the very first moments of launch to guide you through the next hour and a half until the mission comes to an end. But trust me, there is plenty of excitement in this launch, and the flight director will mark that 1 minute coming up very, very shortly. So enjoy, sit back.
À tous de DDO, attention pour moins 1 minute.
Here we go.
Top, H0 moins 1 minute. À tous de DDO, attention pour le décompte final. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, top. Allumage P120 et décollage.
The very first Vega-C on her inaugural flight, clearing the mast, like you said, in a blink of an eye.
Trajectoire nominale.
Just see it through the cloud. Oh, it's a technology high on the leading edge of life there.
Pilotage calme.
Quick, Dante, and you are not joking. It's like George Russell in a racing car.
Trajectoire nominale.
From the beach in Kourou, yes, looking at how fast it is. The acceleration is more than 2G.
Acquisition, télémesure par station Saint-Jean.
200 Formula One cars pushing together. We have,
Les paramètres à bord sont normaux.
The flight director saying that all the parameters are nominal and everything is going well so far.
Yeah, it's already going faster than a fighter jet. It's just past that milestone.
Pilotage calme.
We're following the rocket, of course, because it's visually it's out of sight. I can actually hear it from the Jupiter Control Center now. But
paramètres à bord normaux.
We've got a beautiful quasi-synchronized animation for the duration of this launch. It's not telemetry synced, so although we see things happening on the screen, we will wait for the flight director, who will announce that the event has actually happened.
Trajectoire nominale.
There we go. Everything's normal. The screen is full of information. Dante, can you give us a little bit of information about all those different parameters?
We can see here the ground track, so the projection of the trajectory on the ground. Then the altitude.
Paramètres à bord normaux.
Parameters still nominal. The distance from the launcher and its speed. And of course the time passed since the liftoff. Almost 1 minute 40 seconds.
Yeah, and we've seen some beautiful external camera shots there. They are delayed by about 40 seconds.
Paramètres à bord normaux.
For technical reasons. And there we go, everything's still normal. We are currently flying under the propulsion of the P120C developed by Europropulsion, a joint venture between Ariane Group and Avio. We're already coming up to a major double milestone in a few seconds.
P120.
And
Pilotage calme.
Dante will explain what that double milestone is. It's a unique, complex separation of the spent
Trajectoire nominale.
Yes, we are hearing that the trajectory is nominal, parameters are nominal. P120C is slowing its thrust, and we are approaching the separation. Let's wait for the announcement of the flight director.
The animation.
Séparation P120.
There he goes. He's
Allumage Z40.
And it's ignited.
Yeah, this is already a very major milestone of this flight, because we had the in-flight qualification, so demonstration that we fulfill all the objectives and requirements for this first stage that can be considered qualified for future Vega-C missions and flight proven to be used as strap-on booster for the upcoming Ariane 6.
Yeah, so you may have noticed in that 3D animation there that there were some retro rockets. Give us a little...
Trajectoire nominale.
We have these 8 small retro rockets that they provide
Propulsion nominale.
Thrust to the P120C, because it is so big and with so much residual inertia that we must be sure it won't hit the rest of the rocket once separated.
So, of course, we heard the DDO announce, the flight director announce that the Z40 ignition, the second stage, which has a 92-second burn time, and we're doing this dogleg maneuver as well now. So this is the second stage. It's also like the first stage. It's a solid rocket motor. Talk me through the Z40, Dante.
Solid rocket motors that in less than 2 minutes will bring the rocket up to 16,000 kilometers per hour speed and more than 180 kilometers of altitude.
Trajectoire nominale.
So look at the camera. The Earth is not flat. We can see it.
Well, it wasn't flat 40 seconds ago. We can't confirm it is flat now.
We have this really nice view from the
Pilotage calme.
The guiding, you can hear the flight director saying pilotage calme. That means in French that the guiding so far is very smooth, and it's a very good sign.
Yeah, that's
Tous les paramètres à bord sont normaux.
And parameters are nominal, and then we are approaching also the separation of the second stage that as well is doing its first in-flight mission. So in a few seconds we should listen to the flight director.
We're going to have the second stage separation, and we'll wait for the DDO to announce that. But we're also going to have ignition of the third stage and fairing release in quick succession. So pay attention. We're coming up to that milestone there. It's on the animation. It's here for the DDO.
Séparation Z40.
And there it is. separated. There's the firing on the animation. Frederic?
Allumage Z9.
Yes, and it is firing. And there was my favourite moment.
Séparation de la coiffe.
And Didio confirms it actually happens. It's the separating of the fairings. It's one when you watch it for the first time, you think, what, you know, you're exposing your payload to the rushing wind as the rocket barrels through space. But of course, we're well into space now. We're twice the height of the Kármán line. So Dante, tell me what's happening here.
Look, we are already at 194 kilometers of altitude. It means the atmosphere there is so thin that there is no possible harm to the payload. So for this reason, we get rid of the fairing because its aerodynamic and protection functions have expired, and now it has just
Trajectoire nominale, paramètres à bord nominaux.
So now we don't want to bring up with us to the very end this useless mass, because the lighter you are, the more performance you get, and the better it is. And look at this.
Oh, beautiful view from the onboard camera. That separation happened 70 seconds ago. With the technical reason for the delay has meant that we see that it's 70 seconds behind now. But that's actually quite useful because we get to comment on it. And look, there's the fairing wobbling away. Oh, that's absolutely beautiful, falling down to, like you say, a sort of
Propulsion nominale, paramètres à bord normaux.
So everything's normal. We're looking at the what stage are we looking at now? We're looking at the Z9 stage. Yeah, the third stage, and it's flying on the animation. Talk us through this particular flight, because we're going to see a maneuver any second now that's quite interesting.
Yes, you have seen now, since the separations of the first and second stage, they fall back into the ocean, while for the Z9 we are already at 240, we will reach almost 300 kilometers of altitude, and it will continue in a ballistic trajectory going on. So we have to manage carefully with this maneuver we are seeing in the animation. It is called the neutral axis maneuver, and this way we can manage properly the fall down point of this third stage that will happen in the Polar Sea.
Yeah.
Pilotage calme.
And still everything's fine. A telemetry on the screen and the animation represent the exact rocket maneuver, so we can see it's absolutely normal following that green track. So we'll always hear the confirmation from the flight director that things are happening, but the animation seems to be just before he's saying it. And everything is still normal. That third stage is almost spent now. It's how's it different? It's no different from the other two stages, is it?
No, it's just smaller, but it brings the most difference in terms of gain in speed.
Séparation Z9.
There we go. The Z9 has separated. Confirmation. It will safely fall near the pole, and this is Vega's first time around the globe, and unfortunately last as well. So let's talk about ground stations, actually, Dante. We'll be losing the satellite to a blind spot in the ground station coverage in about 1 minute 30 seconds, I believe, and that's going to be for about 5 minutes. So what exactly does it mean to lose ground stations?
Orbite atteinte après extinction Z9 nominale.
Oh, well, let's soak in that view of the blue marble here.
I was listening for the flight director saying that still everything is nominal. So the rocket is guided autonomously by its own board computer. That is good. No one with the joystick piloting it.
Just watching the that separation of the stage falling down.
This is amazing. Yeah.
Awesome.
Still, it is still not flat. Yeah, but what we have to absolutely need to do is to constantly know where it is, the launcher, and how it is doing. We have listened so far to
Visibilité Saint-Jean.
Yes, to the various announcements from the flight director, and he can do this only because we have this ground station, so big antennas spread all around the world that are there to retrieve all the telemetry data coming from the rocket. In this way, we know what is happening and that everything is nominal, and as the flight director just announced. And each antenna has a visibility cone, and when we design the mission, we don't only maximize and optimize the performance, but we must also ensure. But look, we have
that's the payload.
Yes, an inside view of the Lares 2 inside the fairing.
If you think it looks like a mirror ball,
yeah, indeed,
it really does. It really does. And I think we've just had announced that the telemetry was lost there.
Perte normale de la télémesure en fin de visibilité Galli.
Exactly, and so I was saying that thanks to we ensure that all the main events happen in full visibility.
Yeah, so we're higher than the ISS. I don't know how we managed to miss it, but we managed to miss.
Galli confirmé.
Managed to miss the ISS there. So there was confirmation the rocket is out of sight, but it's certainly not out of mind. She's bravely flying all on her own. What happens to all that telemetry, though, when the rocket is out of the gaze of the ground stations?
What we do is that all the flight data are being stored in a special unit, the mass memory unit, ready to be sent in packages as soon as back in visibility of the next ground station. In this way, we ensure that we have all the data also to perform the post-flight analysis. That is very important.
Yeah, so we keep saying this flight is normal, but we won't know whether it's nominal, really, until we get all that flight information back. It's absolutely super critical, particularly, I guess, on a maiden flight of a brilliant rocket. So with that, this is an inaugural launch, and what is the follow-up to a success of an inaugural launch? Well, the Vega-C is the start of a new era of space launch. European Space Agency working hard for building a system that delivers. So here are a few familiar faces to explain that concept.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, top.
After the maiden flight, the successful maiden flight in 2012, the team started working on other programs, in particular the evolutions of the Vega launcher, the Vega-C version, the consolidated one, and the Vega Evolution version, which will be launched in 2026. The key innovation regarding Vega-E is, of course, this third stage, which will be greener than the current stages. It will be liquid oxygen and methane, so it improves in this sense. It is more performing. It reduces the number of stages, therefore the costs and the complexities. Overall, it will be more performing and more competitive.
Avio's role in the Vega-E development is the development of a cryogenic upper stage, M10, which will replace the current Zefiro 9 and Avum propulsion stages. So the third and fourth stages will be replaced by a single third stage, liquid oxygen, liquid methane. It's a technology that represents a novelty for Europe, so quite a bit of effort for this new version, which will fly by 2026.
All that coupled with Space Rider, which will be the first European operational capability fully reusable to come down to Earth, be refurbished and start again into space, we have a portfolio of products which really strengthens Europe in space.
This is a model of Space Rider. The real thing is quite bigger, the size of 2 minivans. Once in orbit, Space Rider will perform experiments in microgravity. This is because the re-entry module has a cargo bay in which we can put experiments inside and perform validation of new technologies in these extreme microgravity conditions. Space Rider will be launched atop of a Vega-C launcher. Will stay 2 months in orbit, and after its orbital life, the two modules, the re-entry module and the orbital module, will separate, and the re-entry module will deorbit and re-enter on Earth. This is thanks to 2 additional systems that are a landing gear that will open when we'll be close to the ground on bottom part of the vehicle, and then thanks to a parafoil that is a steerable parachute that will be deployed at about 5 kilometers of altitude and will guide autonomously the spacecraft to a dedicated landing site. Reusability is a key word worldwide in the space sector, and we want to address this challenge in order to demonstrate, thanks to Space Rider, that we will be able to fly over and over, reduce the recurrent cost, and be competitive in a very difficult market.
Wow, Wow, that was a very handsome man there touching the Space Rider. I want to write a rock song called Space Rider. What we gonna ride inside her? Space Rider. This is the first ever flight of a Vega-C.
Visibilité station Osagel.
Oh, there we go.
We acquired the visibility of the Osagel station.
So we're back. So she's back in the gaze of a ground station. So that's brilliant news. The rocket has been picked up successfully by Osagel ground station, which itself...
Les paramètres à bord sont normaux.
And everything's normal. And the ground station is about 20 kilometers south of Toulouse in France. So this rocket is flying around. You are watching the inaugural launch of Vega-C with myself, Matt Russell, and Space Rider program manager, no less, Dante Galli. Dante, explain why Vega-C is really exciting milestone for Europe.
Well, Vega-C, now look, still the Laris 2. Yeah,
there
it's
it is.
Really beautiful. But yes, Vega-C is opening a new era for the space transportation in Europe. It will be the first of a set of portfolio of services that we will bring for Europe for an independent access to space. We have Vega-C with its versatility, then we will have its big brother, Ariane 6, that will share with Vega-C the first stage, the P120C, used as lateral strap-on booster for Ariane 6, and then we will have the Space Rider for this new capability to re-enter from orbit and then land and be reused and make the post-flight analysis of the experiments in microgravity. And we will have the new version of the Vega-C, the Vega Evolution, with a brand new third stage.
Yeah, they mentioned that third stage in the clip there, and they said that it was a novelty for Europe. How so?
Absolutely, because it will be a liquid methane, liquid oxygen new propulsion module, and this means that we will have a green type of propulsion, so addressing also one important point that interests everyone, and addressing the European Space Agency 2025 agenda of our director in addressing the green objective. And also, we will substitute the third and fourth stage of the Vega-C with this new third stage. So one stage instead of two. So we reduce the cost, we increase performance, we increase competitiveness.
Yeah, so we are truly high now. We are almost 3 times the height of the ISS, and we're still rising rapidly. And you may have heard there that EDO mentioned that we were in a ballistic flight. It's a bit like throwing a tennis ball and just watching it do that curve. In other words, that it's just under its own momentum and the chains of gravity acting upon it. So there's the only forces there. So we have 5 AVM plus burns. So this is the final stage of the Vega-C rocket. And we've got 5 of those burns to do. And the first of those burns is going to be coming up in about 40 seconds. But we can see that the AVM stage is maneuvering around in the animation. Is it actually doing that out in space?
Absolutely, yes, because it has to orientate now the itself, and so the rocket, what is left for the rocket, to do its first burn. That will give a huge amount of increase in speed to raise the orbit and go up to the injection point.
And everything is still normal at the moment. This is absolutely fantastic, picture perfect. And that payload that we keep seeing the live footage of on the screen, there is on the animation. Let's listen to the detail.
Premier allumage de l'étage AVM.
There we have confirmation. But yes, please stay tuned to hear about Laris, because it is an amazing Laris 2. It's an amazing satellite. We have confirmation that from the flight director that AVM Plus has been ignited for the first of a 4-minute burn. So we are now in that phase of the mission that is less, and everything's normal. It's less about getting, and everything's calm. We're getting off it's less about getting off the planet now, isn't it? We're not using these solid rocket boosters, which are essentially jackhammers to get your way out of Earth's gravity well. Now we're in that stage of the rocket where we're trying to use a little bit more finesse rather than that raw power. So so Dante, this is a very different stage, isn't it, of the rocket and the rest of the launcher stages we've seen so far.
Propulsion nominale.
That's correct. It's a completely different stage, and still everything nominal and calm. What is this difference? The first 3 stages are solid rocket motors. Their principle of functioning is like a firework. You ignite, they burn, they expire. We get rid of them. But then you need something that has the capability to be reignited. Why? I give you a kind of a metaphor. Think about the golf. You want to reach the hole, so you use the drive at the beginning because you want a very powerful mean to reach rapidly and efficiently the green. But then it is very difficult to do hole-in-one. You need a pattern. You need a pattern to go to the hole. And the Avon Plus is doing exactly this. It's our pattern. It's the propulsion model, liquid propulsion model with the capability to be reignited and ensure the fine and precise pointing and injection into the orbit required by our payloads.
Yeah, that P120C is one hell of a driver as well. So the Avon doesn't just have one thruster though, does it?
Not at all. We have the main engine that is burning now, and in fact we call MIA, so main engine Avon. And
Propulsion
then we have
nominale.
Propulsion still
Les
nominal.
paramètres à bord sont normaux.
And parameters still nominal. And we have two additional small thrusters. They are called RACs, Roll and Attitude Control System. We use them, in fact, to adjust the attitude of the rocket all along its mission, but most importantly, also to ensure that the payload is released exactly in the way and in an attitude it wants to.
Yeah, I wish I could adjust the attitude of my kids. The little brass-coloured objects on the black cone, the dispenser that you see in the animation, are they the RACs thrusters?
Yes, correct.
Wow, yeah. So they're used on this mission for...
Tous les paramètres à bord sont normaux.
One of my favourite manoeuvres, the barbecue manoeuvre. Can you talk us through exactly what on earth a barbecue manoeuvre is?
Yes, we are use this word that is explaining exactly what this manoeuvre is. It's a barbecue. It means a slight rotational movement along the axis of the speed. And we do this for two reasons. The first one is because spinning into the sky, into the space, gives you stability. So we are more stable. And second, we use this maneuver because in this way we make homogeneous the temperature all along the structure. We are in the deep space. On one side you have the sun, on the other side you have the deep space, so very different temperatures. This can create distortion and too big solicitation to the structure, so you make it rotate so that the temperature is homogeneous, like when you're cooking your meat on a barbecue, and you want this very well cooked on all the sides.
Yeah, so we're about to have this confirmation of the extinction of the Avon Plus burn, so we'll wait for the DDO flight director to confirm that telemetry. And we'll be flying ballistically once more, once that burn finishes.
Yes, we are waiting for the
flight
director to announce for the extinction of
there is on the animation
stage.
He seems very unconcerned.
But anticipating what is...
Les paramètres à bord sont normaux.
So nominal parameter still, and here we have a very nice view again of this Earth that is not becoming flat, it's still round. That's amazing. And look, really amazing view. And then after this the extinction of the Avon burn, we will have what we call a ballistic phase. So a long phase in which the engine will no more propel the rocket, but in any case, it will continue moving along its orbit around the Earth, waiting for the next burn. And we do this because we want to optimize everything. And instead of
Extinction de la VOOM.
Okay, now we have the confirmation from the flight director, so we have the extinction of the first burn. So we will have this quite long coasting phase, we call it coasting phase, before making the second ignition.
So yes, this is the last of the major milestones for about 45 minutes. So Dante and myself will be taking a breather from all that tension, all that build-up. It has been an amazing launch so far.
Paramètres de l'étage à VOOM nominaux.
Everything's normal, and we saw that the way it jumps off the launch pad, absolutely incredible. And the sound in the building when it finally reached us was absolutely off-putting.
You didn't expect it, huh?
No, I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it.
We were vibrating in that one.
So we're gonna stop our broadcasting for.
L'atteinte à l'issue de la première poussée à VOOM est nominale.
So everything's still normal, and we got a beautiful last view for me of the of this glitter ball. So we're going to leave you in the capable hands of this feed. The commentary is going to come to an end now. The telemetry will be real up until the point where we lose Asqual for a bit, for about 15 minutes, but it will be picked up again by the new Norcia station in Australia, one of the S-Track Earth stations. So everything's running normally, and I am actually having an absolute blast. So we'll see you after the break. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Base balistique en cours. Tous les paramètres à bord sont normaux. les paramètres à bord sont normaux. Pleine visibilité de la station Ossagel. début de visibilité de la station de New Norcia. Les paramètres de l'étage à Voom sont nominaux. Pilotage calme. Orbite stable pour la phase balistique. Tous les paramètres à bord sont nominaux. Phase balistique nominale.
We are back, and while we're away, we were listening to the Didio, aka the flight director, and he's announced about 6 minutes ago that Vega-C has indeed flown back into the powerful gaze of ESA's ground station, the new Norcia station, which is in Australia, located at the western tip of Australia, no less. So the telemetry that you see on your screen is exactly what it says it is. The animation is not quite in sync, but it's pretty much near as damn it. But we always are going to wait for that guy there, Frederick, to let us know that things have definitely happened. You are watching the first ever launch of Europe's new access to space, a more powerful, more versatile, more competitive rocket. Flight VV21 will qualify this new Vega-C launch system and orbit a scientific payload for the Italian Space Agency, along with research CubeSats from Italy, Slovenia and France. Hashtag Vega-C and follow Twitter at ESA and at Vega_STS. I've been reading a lot of the comments. It's been absolutely brilliant. I love it all. I'm Matthew Russell, and with me we have a Vega expert and the legend that is Dante Galli. Dante, how has this launch been for you so far?
It has been a picture-perfect launch so far, and we can see from the telemetry that the rocket has flown already almost 17,000 kilometers. We are now at almost 6,000 kilometers of altitude, and the speed is 4.59 kilometers per second, and we are approaching Australia.
Yeah, so we've gone right the way over the top of the world, and we're coming back down the other side, and we're considerably higher than the ISS, 12 or 13 times higher, maybe even more. So, well, if you've only just joined us, we have seen quite a bit of action. We've seen an incredible launch. If you missed it, you really must see it. The thing jumps off that launch pad, no messing about, in a hurry to get her passengers into space. But don't worry, there is a highlights video very shortly after on the ESA YouTube channel. Plus, if you follow the social media, there's plenty of little clips up there. There's a press conference a short while after this transmission, and of course you can always go back on the video to catch up on any of these highlights. So Dante, tell me what we are waiting for now.
We are waiting now in 1.5 minutes for the second Avon Plus burn, and we need this to make the last increase in speed and increase in altitude, so to be able to put the LARES-2 satellite in its desired orbit. And we need this second burn for this purpose, and we are doing exactly in that precise moment, because we maximize in this way the gain in speed and altitude, and not just doing one single burn, but we choose the best moment in which to do the second burn, because we profit of the fact we are already orbiting around the Earth, and there is the optimal place in which to do this second burn.
Yeah, orbital mechanics, pretty complicated stuff. We've had 2 stages fly seeking qualification, something you mentioned earlier on, the P120C and the Z40. The Avon Plus is also a new stage, but is this a qualification flight for that particular stage?
Not a fully qualification, a new qualification for this stage, although we have a number of improvements, because we have bigger propellant tanks, so for increasing of the performance, and then we have also some new avionic equipments. So of course we are qualifying these equipments and this bigger propellant in flight, but it's not a full qualification of the stage, because the main engine is flight proven already 20 times.
Yeah, so we're coming up to that all-important second burn. This will last 9 minutes.
Deuxième allumage de l'étage Avum.
And there it is, that second Avum burn. The confirmation is pushing on, that final push to get Laris 2 into the exact right orbit. And of course, this is the
Propulsion de l'étage Avum nominale.
And everything's normal there. The mission requires the Avum Plus to make about 5 burns for 5 major maneuvers. If we had a more complicated mission, are there more ignitions that the Avum Plus can do? What's the limit?
We can do up to 8 reignition of this stage, and this is really a hallmark for the Vega-C and its versatility, because by doing this we can do multiple injections in orbit like we are going to do for this mission.
Yeah. The first flight of Vega carried Lares, the original Lares, and it's fitting that Laris 2 is the payload on Vega-C.
Propulsion nominale et pilotage calme.
And there we go. Everything is still normal. But what exactly is this strange-looking satellite? Is it indeed a mirror ball?
Tous les paramètres à bord sont nominaux.
So, rather than me fumble my way through, I'm going to hand over to the real experts on this project, because it actually genuinely is really exciting.
Yes, it is.
The inaugural flight of Vega-C is an important milestone for the Italian Space Agency. It represents the results of years of work carried out together with the European Space Agency to keep Italy and Europe at the cutting edge of access to space technologies and systems. The whole Italian space ecosystem, so industry, academia, institution, have supported the remarkable effort that brought us to this inaugural flight. The flight is also the opportunity for ASI to continue to support advancement in fundamental science through the use of the space environment as a unique scientific laboratory. The Italian Space Agency, in fact, provides the main scientific payload for the first Vega-C mission, the satellite Lares 2, that follows Lares, the payload which was launched on the inaugural Vega flight in 2012.
Trajectoire nominale, tous les paramètres à bord sont nominaux.
Lares 2 is a passive laser reflector built for the Italian Space Agency by the Italian National Institute of Nuclear Physics and other scientific partners, joined of course by Italian industry. In the spherical body of Lares 2, there are about 300 retroreflectors, and they work in such a way that in orbit the satellite is used as an optical target for laser ground stations, including the important one of the Italian Space Agency in Matera.
Trajectoire nominale.
The main scientific purpose of Lares 2 is to significantly increase the accuracy of the so-called frame dragging measurement, a distortion of space-time caused by the rotation of a larger, massive body such as Earth, as it was predicted by Einstein's general theory of relativity. Lares 2 will be released by Vega-C on a well-specific, well-suited orbit so that several disturbances effect on the spacecraft will naturally be removed in such a way the measurement accuracy can be improved. This inaugural flight also demonstrates Vega-C versatility by placing a main scientific payload and a group of 6 secondary payloads, CubeSats, 3 of them Italian, into different orbits on a single launch. This achievement will contribute to the qualification of the Vega-C overall launch system as part of the transition from its successful predecessor, Vega.
So anyone who knows me knows I love a good acronym. LARES is from Laser Relativity Satellite, and Lares 2 will be one of the densest objects to orbit the Earth. It's not quite as dense as as Lares, but Lares 2 is going to be a cannonball covered in retroreflectors and amongst the densest objects that's ever orbited the Earth. The main objective of LARIS-2 is an experiment to accurately measure Einstein's general relativity. That's been knocking around now for over 100 years, and we're still getting closer and closer to making even more and even more accurate measurements to see if we can find the edges of general relativity, where general relativity stops and quantum gravity starts. So it's really super important, and this frame dragging effect, I believe, is something that gets picked up in spinning black holes, and that's why we need to understand it, and you can actually measure it using this LARIS. It's because you can measure the position of LARIS, and it's reflecting back lasers back to Earth with its 303 mirrors. You can measure it's so accurately with 1 centimeter. You can measure its orbit as it goes round and measure this frame dragging effect. It's also incredibly dense. Is there a reason why it's super dense, like a cannonball, Dante?
Yes, there is a reason. We have this great mass and density, nearly 295 kilograms. You can imagine the weight of a horse crammed into a basketball-sized object. This will ensure that this object will be really not disturbed at all, or as little as possible, by solar wind or even
paramètres à bord sont normaux.
Parameters are nominal, and this that can cause normally with the most conventional spacecraft to wobble and tumble. And think of the difference between, in fact, the flight of a cannonball and a feeder on a windy day, meaning that its orbital characteristics are less noisy for the measurements of the frame dragging effect.
Yeah, its predecessor LARIS, ironically, was the main payload on the 2012 inaugural flight of Vega. Is there a reason why we choose satellites this? It's not a coincidence, is it?
No, not at all. Well, first of all, we have to thank our Italian space agency, who trusted us 10 years ago with the maiden flight, and now with this inaugural flight of Vega-C, again with the LARIS-2. But there is also another technical reason behind, that can be the fact that this satellite is really not subjected to a solid satellite, so it's not subjected to anything. Anything, more or less anything, can harm it. And you know that the liftoff environment we have seen is a very harsh environment. We have an acoustic blast wave, we have vibrations, we have the shocks, the separations, we have high acceleration. All these are
Encore 2 minutes de propulsion de l'étage à
but not for LARIS-2, as it is really rock solid.
Yeah, we had there was about 2 minutes until the burn cutoff. You mentioned that this acoustic load. In the future, is there going to be more protection for Vega-C when it takes off from the launch pad?
Yes, we use this system that is called water injection. It is actually already in place, for example, and there was a very nice test a few weeks ago for the Ariane 6 launch pad, in which they tested and qualified this system. We inject water down below the nozzle of the first stage, so that we lower the energy, and so we lower the acoustic loads. And we will do also this for Vega-C.
Yeah, so these acoustic loads, it is so loud, and then when it reflects off the launch pad, it comes bouncing back up and destroys your satellite. And so that video, I saw that video. It's absolutely incredible. The amount of water that suddenly deluges onto the pad and absorbs all that acoustic energy. Of course, it's very, very important. And Ariane 6 is going to have 4 P120s blasting away. So that is going to be very, very loud. So we are coming up to the Avon burn cutoff any second, about 30 seconds away. We'll probably see it on the animation. Frederick there, who's looking pensive, waiting for confirmation that the Avon will cut off.
Les paramètres à bord sont normaux.
And he's just telling us that everything's normal at the moment while we wait for that Avon burn cutoff. And we can see on all the parameters that yellow line following the green line, so we know that telemetry is pretty much exactly where we expect it to be.
Yes.
So we should see this Avon burn cutoff any second now.
Deuxième extinction de l'étage Avum.
There we go, perfectly in sync with the animation. So that's it. And we've got 40 seconds now before we deploy the payload. Exactly why have we got this 40-second gap?
You're approaching a very important moment. We do it to stabilize the stage after the burn, to make the
Orbite
pointing
atteinte après le deuxième boost est nominale.
Orbit is still nominal, and also to ensure the final fine pointing before satellite release. So
yeah, and we can see the satellite here, the upper stage, doing that fine pointing. It's not just the animation, it is actually doing these maneuvers in
It
space.
is actually doing this. It is needed to have the right attitude required for the payload before its separation in a few seconds.
Yeah, and of course, the only point about building a rocket is to get things into space. So, of course, this is an incredibly important moment as we get near to the separation of Laris 2.
Yes.
And
Séparation Lares 2.
And there it is. He has
Yes.
confirmed separation.
We just have the
And that
confirmation.
is going to cause
Yes.
quite a lot of celebration in there.
Yeah.
You can see how happy all the people in the flights are. Lots of handshakes. Obviously, it's super important that you launch something with your rocket.
Oh, and
here we go. This is the onboard camera watching Laris 2 launch. It's super. Oh, here we go. We're going to see it. It's we're quite a bit behind, so we're just going to watch it on the camera like everyone else in the fishbowl.
40 seconds delay.
It's going to look serene, but of course it's going at 20,518 kilometers an hour, or 12,749. Oh,
there it is.
Oh, wow. Look at that. That is absolutely beautiful. So, yes, that is traveling 14 times faster than a fighter jet. So, yeah, it looks serene into that inky blackness of space. Well, congratulations to absolutely everyone that's involved there.
Yes, this is a very first important moment of this mission, and you can see the people in Jupiter are, of course, celebrating because 8 years and more of hard work now have reached their first conclusion with the Laris 2 separation. We know that we will have soon after the separation of the 6 CubeSats, but this really represents already a major milestone for this picture-perfect flight so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a major milestone, isn't it? And it goes not only to qualifying the rocket, but also we've released a payload, and that payload is going to do some real science.
Yeah, and it is important that we are not receiving any confirmation from the payload itself because it's passive. So the confirmation that is there has been given by the launcher itself.
Yeah, I'd just like to say I love watching the people in the fishbowl at the moment. All the people that we've seen in those videos chatting about projects that they've been involved with for years and years and years, sometimes decades. And there they all are, seeing their satellite, seeing their rocket work perfectly, and it must be.
Can you imagine the pressure relief now? It's really a first moment in which you open your valve and you do.
So Dante, you've been here. I mean, what does that feel like?
I was here, but I was trying to keep low my emotions and my relief because we still have something to do. But it was amazing.
Yeah.
It's the second time for me that I'm watching an inaugural flight, and it is always a surprise.
Yeah, so obviously the rocket is still actually flying under its own computer control. It's still doing stuff. It's just over. It's probably about 9 minutes or so till the third atom ignition.
Yes.
And it's only going to be for 11 seconds. So that third atom ignition, what exactly are we trying to achieve with that?
Now we have to separate the CubeSats, and we want the CubeSats to be distant enough from the Laris 2 satellite, not to perturb its very specific and precise measurements, and also to be sure that because of the slight friction, you remember the metaphor we said before, cannonball and a feeder, we can say that CubeSats are feeders, so are more affected by the disturbance of the, even if there is very low density, still they can drag a little bit. And so we want to have at least more or less 50 kilometers of difference in altitude of the orbit. And to achieve this, we will have to rotate the atom and then make this short burn just needed to go 50 kilometers below and then separate the CubeSats.
Yeah, everyone's still really, really excited. They're going to have to sit down soon, though.
I think that they will continue in celebrating at least for another 5 or 6 minutes, and then they will sit just 1 minute before the next event.
And you can see the rocket itself. Again, the animation does show what the rocket's up to. It is making movements, and it's going to go down to that lower orbit. to release the CubeSats. And it is interesting, isn't it? One of the reasons why Laris is chosen to be super dense
à bord de l'étage à Vroom sont nominaux.
and everything's still normal with the spacecraft. One of the reasons why Laris 2 is so dense and like a cannonball is because you don't want it to move around in its orbit, because you want to measure the effects of the gravitational field of Earth. That's exactly what you're trying to measure. However, the CubeSats are tiny little feathers in that analogy, and so therefore they can get knocked about by various different forces, photons. They can even be knocked around by just their own heat on one side and things like that. So they're gonna be moving around. So they have to be dropped down 50 kilometers. So there's no chance of them suddenly accidentally getting in the way of one of Laris 2 and ruining that experiment. So that's why we dropped down. One of the very interesting parts of this orbit is it's a record-breaking launch up to a record-breaking height for a Vega rocket. Obviously, that's one of the advantages of this incredible new version, the Vega-C, that it's got it up to this much higher height, and it's about 5 or 6 times higher than the original Laris. So
this will ensure us to have even more accurate measurements of the frame dragging effect.
Exactly. So that's one of the sort of major advantages of this mission. But it's in a very odd place, isn't it? We're in the Van Allen belts, which is a hideous hellhole of radiation. But it doesn't matter for Laris. It's just like you said, a passive satellite sitting there like a cannibal, pretty much not disturbed by anything, and it's going to probably be there forever until the sun goes supernova.
Yes, forever and ever. Yeah.
But these CubeSats, they're going to go down into this slightly lower orbit, and there's a lot of radiation still there. So was it hard to find satellites that wanted to sit in this radiation?
Yeah, we did quite a good job in finding satellites, CubeSats, small CubeSats interested in being there, because it's a very specific orbit. You have to imagine that normally what we do is to inject into orbit satellites in what we call the SSO, sun-synchronous orbit. This is the very specific orbit that is typical for Earth observation satellite. We use this orbit because we want that the satellite span over the same area of the Earth with the same condition of the sun, sun-synchronous. So that means that anytime you pass over, for example, Kourou, where we are now, you have the same kind of position of the sun and illumination, so that you have comparable observations, and this is really important for Earth observation. Or you can have equatorial missions. That means that you lift off going towards east from Kourou. Or polar orbit, you can go vertical towards the North Pole. And this specific orbit, 70 degrees, is not so often used. Let's say is quite never used, and it has been specifically chosen because of the fact that you don't want to be disturbed by anything. And so it was a little bit difficult indeed to find some CubeSats, but we had a very specific these specific CubeSats developed by research centers and universities were really amazing in proposing us some really interesting experiments to be done, profiting on the fact that we are in this very harsh environment of the Van Allen belts, and to qualify novel technologies able to withstand this kind of environment, because we will need this kind of capability of survival to this harsh environment for future missions like going to Mars, for example.
Yeah, so the miniaturization is what it's all about, isn't it? You know, our satellites are getting smaller, our handheld devices are getting smaller, and if we're going to go to Mars, we've got to build electronics and other things. And we'll find out that some of these CubeSats are testing all sorts of bizarre things for things that what happens to certain things when they get stuck in a high radiation environment. And of course, you know, it's important for lots and lots of reasons, including the trip to Mars. So this is future space stuff being developed right here.
Yes, and you mentioned miniaturization. We are all experiencing the miniaturization that is happening in all our electronic devices. Think about the first computers, and now think about the power that you have on your smartphone. This is all thanks to the miniaturization. And miniaturization was the input to miniaturization was given by space, because we need to keep as low as possible the mass to be injected into orbit. And now many satellites are really small.
Deuxième boost CCAM.
Because we need, we were hearing another announcement from the flight director, because instead of sending big satellites, the direction we are observing is to make satellites smaller and send them in constellation. And the Vega-C, with its versatility, can do this, because with this improved performance, with this bigger fairing, will be capable to embark a special dispenser. It is called Small Satellites Mission Service. It is a dispenser that has been already qualified with the 16th flight of Vega, injecting into orbit a record more than 50 satellites in a single mission a couple of years ago, and with Vega-C we will be even more capable to do this kind of multi-payloads mission.
Yeah, CubeSats are going to become very, very popular, and we'll talk a lot more about CubeSats. Of course, this manoeuvre now, and I think we heard the temporary flight director, the other flight directors wandered off for a while. I think he announced this
yes.
third AVM ignition that's coming up.
We are observing
Manœuvre d'orientation pour le troisième boost AVM.
There we go, this third boost of the AVM, and that's coming up in about a minute. And you can still see the AVM manoeuvring itself. It's not just a case of just diving down, is it, into a lower orbit?
No,
you've actually got to build up your speed as well.
It's quite a complex thing we have to do. We are orbiting around the Earth at more than 20,000 kilometers per hour. If we go out a lower orbit, we have to have more speed. But first, we have to lower our altitude. So with this orientation, we go down. Then when we arrive at the new orbit, we have to gain again speed. And so we will have another burn for AVM to regain the good speed, to be in the equilibrium, in the orbital equilibrium between the gravity and the speed.
Yeah, I mean, at the release of that one payload, though, we're getting ever so nearer and nearer for this whole Vega system to be, tested and qualified. And apparently there's 14 customers, institution and commercial, all lining up to use the Vega-C.
Absolutely.
So we are going to be waiting any second now for this third burn. We'll probably see it on the animation and the DDO.
Allumage du troisième boost de l'étage AVM.
There we go, he's confirming it. So we have a very short boost, it's about 10 seconds.
Nouvelle extinction de l'étage AVM.
And there he has announced that has finished. And now the live commentary is going to take a 20-minute break because that is the last of the milestones until we see the very, very cool dispensing of CubeSats.
Yeah,
let's have a little recap.
Moment.
Let's have a little recap of what we've seen so far, because it has been an I'm just so excited. It was so excited. Lots of emotion in the commentary booths. We had tears. Dante took us through step by step.
Yes, we so far observed a picture-perfect launch.
Paramètres de l'étage AVM sont nominaux.
And still all the parameters are nominal, so just slightly above 1 hour, 1.5 hours ago we had the perfect liftoff, and you have seen how fast it is, this rocket when taking his road to the sky. And then we have the qualification of the first two stages, brand new stages, the P120C and the Zefiro 40, very accurate and good Zefiro 9 burn at the third stage, and the AVM Plus already performed 3 burns, and after the second burn released successfully the main payload, the LARES-2 satellite, in its very high altitude record, as you said, almost 6,000 kilometers altitude, and it did it perfectly, and we had the confirmation also from the onboard camera, amazing video there. And now we have to wait this 20 minutes coasting phase before doing a very short last fourth burn to gain the exact speed for the CubeSats to be released.
Yeah, and you can see all that AVM movement now. Right, we're going to take a break. I'm going to have a banana, so I've got enough energy to take us through to the end of this launch. It's been absolutely fabulous so far. See you after the break.
See you.
And the commentary is back. We are back. We are live from Europe's spaceport in French Guiana. We now continue our coverage of the Vega-C inaugural flight, which lifted off exactly 2 hours ago. And so far, the rocket has been performing normally, and it was a perfect launch. And it has placed its primary payload, LARIS-2 satellite, into orbit. There's plenty of celebration still going on. That was 1 hour, 24 minutes into flight. So just over half an hour ago, we saw the primary payload release. People are still celebrating. So Vega-C rocket took off at the edge of the rainforest on a beautiful, let's not...
Préparation du 4e boost de l'étage à vous.
So there we go. We've got that 4th boost coming up. So it was a cloudy day, and if you missed that launch, you should go back and watch it. It jumps off the launch pad. It's a lot of people's favourite launch vehicle for that reason, because it's so goddamn fast. And it's about twice as fast as a normal rocket, isn't it? It's acceleration off the launch pad.
Yes, it is. And look, it was really, as always, an amazing moment, the liftoff, the speed of this rocket. But this time, I cannot really pick a favorite moment because it was all amazing so far. Also the release of the LARIS-2 satellites. But we have still 6 CubeSats to be released.
I know, and CubeSats, I have to say, are amongst my favorite things in the entire world. There are still 6 CubeSats on board. And before that Avam stage gives its final push to get them out, let's have a look at what these CubeSats actually are.
The satellite project started in 2019 and it went throughout the whole pandemic. About 30 people have worked on the satellite project from the different involved institutions. GreenCube is a 3-unit CubeSat project. You can see the protoflight model with me today. The satellite main objective is to demonstrate a fully autonomous cultivation laboratory that can fit into a CubeSat for the cultivation of microgreen plants. A secondary payload will test an experimental propulsion module that will be used by GreenCube. So green lights for GreenCube. Fingers crossed for very good data and a very successful experiment in space. Thanks.
MTCube2 stands for Memory Test Cube. MTCube2 is a 1U CubeSat developed in-house at the University of Montpellier. The payload embarks several types of memories, and the Vega-C maiden flight is taking us in the middle of the radiation belts. There, we expect to have a lot of single event effects, which is exactly what we want to measure with this small satellite. But we also have a second satellite, Celesta.
Celesta is the first CubeSat project driven by CERN, the European Organization for Nuclear Research, in collaboration with the University of Montpellier and the European Space Agency. The payload is the Space Radmon, an instrument used to monitor radiation effects on electronics and based on components of the shelf calibrated in CERN irradiation facilities. The satellite itself has been tested at system level in CHARM, CERN Mixed Field Irradiation Facility, showing the potential of this innovative approach for future space missions. With Celesta, CERN wants to show the impact of its technologies and facilities on society, and in particular in the aerospace field.
Alpha is a CubeSat mission designed and developed by a team of 4 Italian companies led by Arca Dynamics, and its main purpose is to in orbit demonstrate innovative technologies in a highly radiative environment. A successful mission would represent for Arca and its partners the beginning of a path in a new space for sustainability by proposing novel solutions for space debris mitigation, operational life extension, and space traffic management. For this reason, we are all excited to see the new Vega-C in operation and to simply start a fantastic adventure in space.
ABCS is coming from astrobiology.
So we want to test a new technique that can be used to detect biomolecules in some other places in our solar system, for example Mars. The harsh environment that will be found by ABCS in the Van Allen belt is a right place that can simulate a deep space travel towards Mars, for example. This project involved 12 peoples, so we are just crossing the finger in order to see the main result of this experiment in space.
The TriSat-R is a standard 3U nanosatellite. This mission can be considered as a pioneering nanosatellite mission, demonstrating new capabilities of operation of a nanosatellite in a very radiative environment. We have quite a few novelties on board this spacecraft, like a fully 3D printed plastic ADCS structure, and there are 2 highly miniaturized cameras. Finally, we are trying to minimize space technology for a brighter future. And simply put, a brilliant team of researchers and engineers does wonderful things.
I absolutely love CubeSats, and not only did they build the CubeSats, they each made their own video for that little clip there. Who would have thought, while the Vega launch vehicle stood on the launch pad, that it had little plants growing inside a little satellite?
No one.
There is a lot of noise in the in Jupiter control room. Everyone is extremely excited by the fact that this launch has just been so successful. Like celebrations have carried on for way over half an hour now. Lots of dancing, lots of singing. It's been absolutely wild. We have the 4th Avon burn that's going to put us in position for this CubeSat to be released. Not going to last very long. There's Frederick there.
Let's wait.
Extinction de la VUM.
And so he announced the extinction. That means that that stage is now ready to start doing those maneuvers.
Atteinte à l'issue du 4e boost est nominale.
And there we go. That little boost was absolutely normal, on target. So now we see these little maneuvers now that get the Avon in position exactly the same time as before to try and get these CubeSats into exactly the right orbits that they need to operate in. The engineers and all those universities, etc., to see. I love CubeSats, Dante.
Yeah, me too. Now we are waiting for this adjustment maneuver from the roll attitude control system of the Avon Plus 4th stage, as it was the case for Laris 2. Also, these CubeSats need to be injected into their orbit in their desired attitude, and we are taking just a little bit longer this time because the maneuver is, let's say, more complicated because of the fact that we have, as you can see from the animation, 4 set of deployer that are going to deploy actually the CubeSats in their desired orbit. And this is, as we can see from the animation, there is this smooth slight rotation of the Avon Plus 4th stage, just waiting the last very main event of today's flight, that is the release of the CubeSats.
Yeah, we're about a minute away from that CubeSat release. It really is something worth watching. I really hope that the onboard camera catches at least one of these CubeSats flying away. It was obviously angled in such a way to see Laris 2, but we may get to see one. And of course, it must be incredibly exciting if you're working as a researcher at a university or one of these institutions and see your little handiwork flying out into the inky blackness of space. I mean,
definitely.
It's you might even get to see your thumbprint as it goes past that internal camera.
Yes, can you imagine also the excitation now of these young students and young researchers just waiting to have this very important moment for them.
Yeah, and
let's wait for the announcement of the flight director and the start of the sequence.
So we're about 10 seconds away, and we'll see.
Fin de la manœuvre d'orientation.
There we go.
Orientation maneuver is concluded.
And you can see the the little dispensers open up. 3U unit released, another 3U unit released, another 3U unit released, and then 3 1U units released.
Now
everyone's clapping down in Jupiter. Lots of relief. We're going to hear. Do we get confirmation of this? Everyone's clapping. They've seen it on the video.
We are just waiting for the confirmation from the flight director.
Séparation des CubeSats.
Yes,
and there
we
he
have
was.
the confirmation. So also the CubeSats have been released, and then there is huge celebration.
I mean, genuinely, the whole place is rocking now.
Yes, like at the liftoff of the rocket. There is vibration here.
Yeah, there's lots of singing. It's like being at a football match. So, yeah, it's exciting times for those people at those institutions following their CubeSats. You know, that's 6 different places following 6 different launches, plus Lara's 2, so 7 satellites in total. We are looking around at very, very excited people. There is one burn left to do, and that is to put Avam into her parking orbit, a place where she will remain for the rest of eternity.
Forever and ever, but no harming for anything, because we call it indeed parking orbit. We are really high in altitude, it's no low Earth orbit. We are now seeing people in Avio, in the facilities where the rocket is manufactured, that are celebrating finally after the release also of the 6 CubeSats, with the confirmation from the flight director that was happening correctly. And here we have also Ezrin, and there is also celebration there. And our Earth Observation Director, Simonetta Kelly, was announcing indeed that we had this successful separation also of the CubeSats.
Yes, we're just under 3.5 minutes from the conclusion of this mission, which will be this final 5th burn of the Avam that will take it into a parking orbit. But for all intents and purposes, you know, this has been a fantastic launch, picture perfect. Everyone's super happy on the floor. We see people clapping and smiling, but it's not over until the fat lady sings, so we're waiting for confirmation for the end of the mission, and that could come at any time now, or we might just hear end of flight from the flight director. And he's sitting there.
Yes,
Frederic, done an amazing job.
Frederic Rodier, yes, he did an amazing job. And can you imagine also the tension of this guy that has to announce?
He stayed super calm throughout.
Yes,
everyone.
Lot of experience.
Yeah, absolutely.
By far less emotional than me. And yes, now we have to wait indeed this 5th burn of the Avam, while we are seeing still
where we're
celebration.
I believe we're seeing Daniel Neuenschwander, who is the boss of space transportation down there. He's got the microphone. Everyone's standing around him, clapping, waving flags. It feels like a football match. What is he, Lionel Messi?
You know, we are quite particular in our kind of celebration. So we don't hide ourselves.
Yes, it's more Dante or something like that. Let's see what he has to say. I wonder if he'll say anything. Well, I think we heard him say it.
Today, we are really opening a new chapter. A new chapter for Europe in space.
Yes.
Europe in space by having
it just announced that this was the opening of a new chapter for the European space transportation with this fully successful mission.
That we will open new market segments, and frankly speaking, I can only say thank you. We were all here mobilized to one objective, focused on this objective, and when we go together, we achieve together. I really would like to thank warmly all the partners. I will not go through everyone, but just to be very clear, I mean, it was a long endeavor since the decision in 2014, but we worked very well together, first as procurement entity with industry, starting with the prime. I think with Avio we had a lot of debates on a lot of topics, sometimes also with a lot of emotions, but this is how you get forward, because we were always tuned totally together
with Avio. I also would like to thank the whole industrial chain, because it's clear that the prime is one thing, but you really need the product at all levels, the quality at all levels, and the full industrial chain was mobilized to achieve that. Let's also underline here the close and excellent cooperation we had with CNES. And I have to say, looking to Marianne, that I'm aware that the ESA/Avio team together towards CNES, we have a certain habit to come a bit late, but you are there and you help and we do it and achieve it together. And then I also would like to underline the role of Arianespace, because it has been said a couple of times, because now what matters, okay, we exploit the data and go as soon as possible back to flight. We have the objective, we'll have to exploit the data, but it looks not so bad, to have a second Vega-C flight this year. There is a great backlog on Vega-C, and I really would like to underline here the work of Stefan and his team on that. I think now there's only one thing to do. Have fun, enjoy, and all go on holidays afterwards.
Giulio.
That was quite
a few words. I unfortunately cannot promise I will be short. Sorry about that. I'm very sorry. I have something important to say in a minute. So before I say anything, I feel privileged to be here. I feel privileged, and I want to tell you why. I was born and raised by a professor of space flight mechanics. Okay, my mother was a professor in space flight mechanics. Unfortunately, she died 18 years ago. But I remember when she was young, she had so much passion for this, and this inspired also my education, my willingness to study engineering, to go for a PhD, to get into very challenging opportunities. And I myself am not very good in engineering, but one day I had the opportunity to work for this phenomenal company, and I feel very privileged to lead this company today in such an important success. For me, it's personally very important because my team is something really unique, and I would like to explain to you why. Because this team has gone through very serious pain. So we unfortunately suffered 2 failures in 2019 and 2020. We went through the pandemic just like anybody else, but unfortunately, and I think Marianne remembers well, when COVID started, we sadly were here and about to launch. And so while people were running to the airport to go back to Europe, some of you were here working with the pandemic starting, not even knowing what that was, showing a commitment that I have never seen in my professional life. We went on, but unfortunately we suffered another failure, and then we had to recover. And then at the beginning of this year, we also suffered some of the negative effects of the war. Nonetheless, the team has stayed united, has worked very hard for this project, which has led today to a great success. So, sorry, I wanted first to thank my team. I am so sorry about that, but my Avio team, I want a big round of applause for them. They did a great job. But it is fair to say that the team is much larger than the prime contractor. It's important to imagine that we are industries from 12 different countries working together. So it's a big industrial team composed of many different industries. And at the same time, we would not work this way if we were not in the system created by the European Space Agency, CNES, the national agencies such as ASI in our case, and of course the French Space Agency, which is our host here. This is very important because time goes by, and this is what enables us to lead to success, because there is always someone checking what you're doing. And today we had a great proof of that. You know, a red flag started on our system, and you know, at the second attempt, another flag started on the CVI system. So that means that there is always a second check. This is so important for reliability. So I thank very much the group of the different space agencies, and also, very importantly, Arianespace. Arianespace has done a phenomenal job, has sold a product before flying it, which, to my knowledge, is something that many know how to do. So I have to thank them for their great success. They have been not only our commercial operator, but also the launch operator here at the base for 20 Vega flights. So I'm very happy to now possibly better commercial phase, now that the success has been proven. This doesn't work, but doesn't matter. Also, one thing is very important. Tonight,
so we've heard some of the So we are back. Just to say goodbye, our commentary is coming to a close. That was an announcement of a successful mission there by Daniel Neuenschwander. We see people listening to more and more speeches here in the Jupiter Control Center. There will be a post-show briefing in about 30 minutes at the top of the hour. And so people will be joining people in Jupiter for that briefing. And in a few short minutes, we will also have some highlights and milestones of the launch. Anything to add to this, Dante?
That was a picture-perfect launch, so it was a perfect day, I would say, today. And hello, everyone.
And goodbye. What a blast. And there is Emilio and Sheila waving goodbye. What a great team they are as well. I'd like to thank everyone that's been part of this. Julio, Kelsey, Elodie.
Yes,
what an absolute legendary team. We're off air now. Thanks very much for joining us. It's been incredible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ok, bien noté.
Group of experts that follows us. Today we have Michel Courtois here. He's always our reviewer. I always tell him he's tough with us, and I thank him for that. While when I was younger, I thought this was tough to digest for us. Today, I thank him.
À tous de DDO, fin de la chronologie VV21. Les moyens sont remis à la disposition des
Herzlichen Dank.
When are we live? When you tell me we're live. We're live. Okay, welcome everyone to this afternoon in Kourou, French Guiana. Welcome to the post-launch press conference for the Vega-C launch that happened today. We're going to start the press conference with a round of statements by each of the spokespeople at the table. We are joined today by Daniel Noenschwander, ESA Director of Space Transportation, Stefano Bianchi, ESA Head of Flight Programs, Paolo Bellomi, CTO of Avio, Augusto Cramarosa, the Head of Strategic Area Coordination Unit at ASI, Marianne Claire, the CNES Directrice du Centre Spatial Guyanais, the Professor Ignacio Ciuffolini, who is the LARES-2 Principal Investigator, and Stéphane Israël, the CEO of Arianespace. We will start with a round of statements in that order, and after that we will open the floor to press questions. Thank you very much, and we start with Daniel Noenschwander, please.
Yes, thank you, Julio, and hello to all of you from French Guiana here at Europe's spaceport. And we're here all together with a lot of emotions, proudly announce mission success for VV21, meaning the inaugural flight of Vega-C. And today we really wrote history. We wrote history 10 years since VV01, after 20 flights of Vega, 14 successes in a row. Europe has opened a new chapter of European space transportation solutions with a successful flight of Vega-C today. And I really would like to underline that this is the great moment to celebrate the achievements of all the women and all the men who made this happen. I would call it strike two for the Vega team. But it's a great week for space transportation on top. It has really been a great week for us. Why? Because we started the week with the verticalization of the central core of Ariane 6 here on the launch pad in French Guiana. And with the successful flight of today, we have also the flight qualification of the P120C, which will also be the boosters of Ariane 6. So overall, really a great step ahead for all of us in bringing and developing new powerful assets to Europe and to open a new chapter for the freedom of action of nothing less than for our continent. I would like to say a few words of thanks. First, of course, thanks to our member states who took this decision in 2014 at the Ministerial Council. 12 member states of ESA joined their forces in the decision of Vega-C, joined by a 13th one through the P120C. So today the family of 13 participating states have made this a reality by their decision. But the implementation then went through industry. Under the leadership of Avio, we had quite a tough time of developing Vega-C, but at the end, with such an outstanding result, we can jointly really thank the whole industrial chain under the leadership of the Prime. CNES, the French National Space Agency, I really would like to warmly thank them, not only for all what they do here as being in charge of the launch range, but for all their contributions over the process of this development program. But one important thing which has really to be underlined is the safety aspects, and I think we made great steps forward for our future launcher family. Arianespace, as a single launch service provider we have for Vega-C and Ariane 6, clearly commercialized this product successfully already before the maiden flight, and I think this is also an important step forward. And last but not least, sorry to insist, but it's really from the deep of my heart, I would like to thank my team, the project team at ESA STS, who made this happen, and who, by the way, was supported by a lot of resources across the agency, across ESA, but without them, we would not be here today. So now we need to ensure the next step. The next step is the market introduction and the appropriate ramp-up of Vega-C.
I believe that we collectively bring an excellent, versatile service to the market, and we have now to really ramp up this capability and tailor it to the needs of the customers. The customers are there, the backlog is impressive, and now we have to make it even bigger and bring these capabilities to the market. The next steps for us is the ESA Ministerial Council, end of this year, CM22, where for space transportation we'll address two aspects. First, and above all, of course, freedom of action for Europe, but second, and equally important, is to prepare the future appropriately by increasing the competitivity of all our solutions. Freedom of action in space with Vega-C, Ariane 6 and Space Rider through product adaptations and right market introduction, an ambitious preparation of the future through technology disruptors, rapid in-flight demonstrations, and also equally important, greening Europe's infrastructure, being it here at CSG, but also the infrastructure we have in continental Europe. And last but not least, supporting privately led commercial space transportation services is an element which will grow. It's an element which will grow and which will, of course, also strengthen Europe. So here, ladies and gentlemen, comes another decade of Vega. And with that, over to Stefano.
Thank you, Daniel, for a nice word for the team. I think we are deserved, because we really went through the thrill, and it was a thrill up to the last second, because the window was almost ready to close, but we finally managed with a wonderful team of CNES, ESA, and Avion Aeronespace to stay behind the window and launch. And it has been really a perfect flight. Well, the data that we have so far are very good. So the orbits are excellent, are nominal. What we have received from the telemetry is that the parameters are nominal. So for a maiden flight, I have to say, we really have a joy of achievement. And it's not easy to do a maiden flight, and it's the second maiden flight that we do successful. And I think there is a certain background to achieve what we have done today. And when we read about Europe that we're standing behind, I think we are there. We are really there, and with facts, and this is a real fact. By the way, the mission was not an easy mission, because we had to fly 5 ignition of the Avon. We went through 2 orbits. The main payload of my neighbor, Professor Ciuffolini, was the first one, but then we had the 6 CubeSats. And it was a long mission with one of the longest firing of the Avon. So we went through all the difficulties which are in a maiden flight, even with the chronology, and at the end we had this success, which is will be fundamental for the next month, for both, as was said, for Ariane 6, because we are testing also Ariane 6 in the same week, by the way. Yeah? 2 days ago, we achieved a fundamental test of Ariane 6. This is also fundamental for Ariane 6, and it's paving the way to Vega-C for the next year. So we are there for all competition, and we are ready. So I will pass the floor.
Thank you, Stefano. Yes, now we pass to a statement by Paolo Velomi from Avio.
Thank you. Good morning. I have to say very simple things. I'm very happy. This is a moment of pure joy for people, engineers and teams that worked for several years behind this launcher that made this mission in a seamless way and apparently with full success. And this feeling will last maybe one day. Tomorrow we will go into the detail, we will discover some small things to be adjusted or improved, but let me share with you my joy. Then, said that, I remember on July, on the 2014, where both Vega-C and Ariane 6 were imagined, were conceived. And since then, we have been working in a very coordinated way with agencies, European Space Agency, Italian Space Agency, CNES, DLR also, and with industry, with our colleagues from Ariane Group that contributed to identify also the configuration of Vega-C, as we had our part of fathership on Ariane 6. And since then, we have been working for years, confronting ourselves every single day with our colleagues through Europe and our customers through Europe to find out the best machine and the best solution that could help and give opportunity to all space industry and also citizen, European citizen, for access to space and getting of space a much more European place than it is now. That's why leave me with my, let's say, one day of serenity, of joy, and let me pass the word to maybe
the next one to make a statement would be Augusto Cramarosa from ASI.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a lot of nice words have been already said, and I would like to spend really few words. And first of all, congratulating with all the teams that have worked to this huge success. And as Paolo has just said, it is really a moment of huge joy and emotion for all of us in the Italian Space Agency. We think that this is a big success for Europe, big success for Italy, for the Italian Space Agency, but also for Italian industry, for Avio, and I think also for Arianespace that will have the possibility of using this launcher in its business. So I would like to say that access to space has been always for Italy a priority. We started in the 60s with activity done by Professor Broglio, and then in Kenya, in another launch range, but at the end we arrived here in Kourou, that is the European spaceport, and it is the spaceport that is giving us the possibility of launching Vega. So it is, I would like to confirm that for Italy, for the Italian government, is really a priority to continue in this approach, and we are now working with ESA and with other member states of ESA for the continuation of this success, and by preparing the Ministerial Council that will be held in November, so Italy will continue to work together to ESA in order to identify and financially support new programs that could allow us to continue and to have this success. So Vega-C is the new one, the new baby of the family, even if maybe it's not the smaller, but so really I am still a lot of emotion with me, and I would like to give the floor to the other, because I think that what I wanted to say is that for us is a success, and we will continue to work together with the other European partners, with the industry, and with all the other participating states to continue in this route. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Augusto. We now pass the microphone to Marie-Anne Claire from the French Space Agency, CNES.
So thank you. It was really an incredible week for the CAG, because we had at the beginning the verticalization of the Ariane 6 core, central core, which was first very major step, and today the success of Vega-C, and also a major step to the construction of the future. I think that, of course, from technical point of view, there were a lot of work done by team in order to adapt the range to this new launcher, and especially there is a new control center for Vega-C launcher. But what I would like really underline is the spirit of team, and I think that we understand with Mr. Cramarosa and with Stefano and with all together that we have on this project the same spirit of the pioneer that we have on the previous launcher, and it's very specific, I think, to the space activities. When we do all together something which is new, we are very solid, we are very proud of that, and I think that it's the key of success, of course. So Vega-C is a new launcher, and it is not the end of this construction of the future. Of course, there is Ariane 6 in some months, but I would like also to say that in order to take our part in this construction of the new space transportation, we have also some activities concerning the modernization of the launch base, and particularly concerning the digitalization of the launch base and the greening of the spaceport, also the energy greenings, which is a very important subject for the future. So it is what I would like to say in introduction.
Thank you very much.
Give the floor now to Stefan.
Now, I'm sorry, I thought the statement was finished.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Thank you very much. And now we will pass for a statement by Professor Ignacio Ciuffolini, the LARES 2 principal investigator.
Okay, so first of all, I want to thank the Italian Space Agency, European Space Agency, and Avio, of course. And I want to tell what is the meaning of LARES. LARES means Laser Relativity Satellite. It is a project with scientists from many different countries, and today we have people from 3 continents, I would say. From United States, Professor Richard Matzner, I don't know if he's there, and then we have Professor Antonio Palozzi from Sapienza. He is the designer of the satellite LARES 2, and then we have people from ex-Soviet Union. So we have scientists from many countries. And very briefly, what is the objective of the satellite LARES 2? The main objective is an unprecedented test with an unprecedented accuracy of a phenomenon of general relativity that is called frame dragging. Now, what is frame dragging? Frame dragging is a fascinating and intriguing phenomenon that was, this name was coined by Albert Einstein over 1 century ago. And it is fascinating because, let me tell you, there are many books written on this topic, but very briefly, if you have a rotating object, this rotating object will change the structure of space-time. It will generate curvature. And now, so we should reach an accuracy of about 1 part in 1,000 in measuring this effect. And this is really challenging since the time of Leonard Schiff, John Archibald Wheeler. This was a well-known goal, so we are very excited today. And by the way, this frame dragging effect is incredibly small around the Earth, but is very important, for example, in such a phenomenon such as a rotating black hole. And if you have 2 rotating black holes that are colliding and they emit gravitational waves, it is very important to take into account frame dragging by the rotation of these 2 black holes to form a rotating black hole, and they emit gravitational waves. And this emission of gravitational waves and detection was awarded in 2017 the Nobel Prize for Physics. So it's a quite exciting effect in high-energy astrophysics. Also, there are other tests of general relativity that we will perform, and I say that also LARES is important for space geodesy and geodynamics, for example, to improve the position of the center of mass of the Earth. So this is a fundamental measurement. And finally, I want to say that LARES 2 has a ranging precision that is unprecedented with for any other satellite. because it can reach a precision in ranging that is less than 1 millimeter. There is nothing like that that was done before.
Thank you, Professor. And now to for the final statement in this first round, we go to Stefan Israel, the CEO of Arianespace. Thank you.
So hello, everybody. A few words on Arianespace side. Well, first, to congratulate ESA and Avio for today's success. This launch was under ESA authority with Avio providing Vega, so it's their success, and it's really a very brilliant success, and really to thank CNES for its daily support here in CSG, and to mention as well the instrumental role of ASI for all the Vega story since so many years. Well, you know that Arianespace is the operator and the launch service provider of ESA-developed launchers, Vega and now Vega-C, Ariane 5 and tomorrow Ariane 6. For us, it marks a new step. We have been responsible for the operations of Vega during a decade, and I would like to highlight how this decade has been successful for Vega. We have orbited 105 satellites for 50 different customers, and doing so, we have worked for our institutions, for the European Commission, for the Copernicus program, for ESA with ADM Aeolus, for instance. And Vega has also been able to deliver the famous SSMS with 53 satellites aboard one single launch. We have 2 more Vega to come, and after it will be over for Vega. Regarding Vega-C, a few words. Vega-C will offer to our customers more performance, 30% more performance as compared to Vega, more volume, it will double the volume available under the fairing, and more versatility with 7 boosts from the AVUM on 3 orbits, different orbit separations. All that for the same price. We have already sold 7 missions, 4 institutional and 3 commercial, and this launcher is perfectly adapted to both European needs and commercial needs. Regarding European needs, I would quote maybe one specific program. It's Copernicus. It is a flagship program of the European Commission with ESA support for sure. We have in our order book Sentinel-1C, and we hope that we will have soon 4 more Vega in our order book for the Copernicus program. There are some discussions with the European Commission. It will be the decision of the European Commission, but we have today demonstrated that Vega-C was a flight-proven launcher and that it was perfectly adapted to the European needs. Daniel has mentioned the fact that this launcher is using a P120C, which is a booster also of Ariane 6. In terms of market as well, it's fully complementary to Ariane 6, and I think this is very important to highlight it. Maybe two more ideas. We target to do at least 4 Vega-C per year. If we can increase the cadence, and I think there will be a package at the CEMIN proposed by ESA, we will be happy to go beyond, but this is our, I would say, minimum and average target. And second, there will be a more powerful version of Vega-C, because Vega-C will benefit from also a program proposed by ESA, the ministerial, which is called the P120C+. And I think it's very good news for Vega, because it will give more margin for big radar satellites, for SSMS missions, and also for the Space Rider. So that's what I wanted to underline. And again, congratulations to all the players of this very nice success.
Thank you, Stefan. And now we'll pass to open questions from the press. While we wait for the first questions to come in, I would like to ask everyone, we can hear you, but we cannot see you, so I would appreciate if you can state your name, the organization you work for, and then your question and who you address it to. Thank you very much, and let's wait for the first question to come in. Of course, as well, if there is anyone in the room that wants to ask a question, please raise your hand.
concerning the future plans for the launchers, is there any plan to apply the new philosophy of reusability of stages? In other words, for instance, SpaceX is lowering the price using the possibility to reuse the first stage. So the question is, of course, to make a stage reusable, it make it more expensive because you need a control system to have something that allows the stage to land. But on the other hand, you save money because you don't need to reproduce the stage. And this is the first question. Then I have another one in case there are no others.
Okay, we'll take your first question, and then the second will be for somebody else, I suppose. Regarding your question about reusability, let me start by saying we are here today. We have demonstrated a successful introduction of Vega-C. The next step is to increase the flexibility on Vega-C. And we have a very clear roadmap. And the roadmap includes Vega-E. Vega-E will bring 20% additional performance for 20% less of cost. This is a proposal to the Ministerial Council at CM22. And equally important, to go in the point of reusability, we will have proposals under the umbrella of reusability for first stage reuse based on Prometheus and Themis, two programs running currently within ESA, but which we want to go the next steps. And we will propose to our member states also to start to work on second stage reusability. So it's coming, following a clear path.
Thank you, Daniel. I see now that we have a coming question from Peter de Selding from Space Intel Report. Peter, let's see if we can hear you.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of quick ones, really. First, the launch kit we got said the separation of the CubeSats would be 5841 kilometers, and it looks like it was 5858, so a 17-kilometer difference. Should we care about that or not? Second question, what happens to the 6 CubeSats now? Do they remain forever at this very unusual orbit of the inclination and 5,800 kilometers, or is there going to be some attempt to them down? I'm not sure any of them have any propulsion. Same question for the upper stage of the rocket. Does that stay there forever, or is there some attempt to bring it lower? And then the last one, what was the reason, I didn't catch this, for the 2 launch delays? Thank you.
Peter, you might have to repeat part of it, especially the first part. We can start with the last
one. The launch delay is a very simple check on parameter. So the parameter was too stringent, in particular on a battery, and there was really a 0.1 volt of difference, and so we just regulated the parameter, and it was correct. That's it. It was quite normal for a first flight. But then I didn't catch the other questions.
Okay. Well, first on this one, that was the reason for both launch delays, or just the first one?
We had, it was the same problem on 2 different control lines.
Okay, thanks.
And Peter, the first part.
Okay, the first part was the launch kit said you released the CubeSats at 5,841. In fact, they were released, if I understood the telemetry given on the transmission, at 5,858. Is that something to care about? Does that not matter?
It's a small difference in the payload release altitude, from 5,841 to 5,800.
We received the control that we receive for any launch, after launch, and the orbits were nominal for CubeSat and for Lares. So within the prevision parameter.
Okay, if that answers the question, Peter, I guess we move on. We have now a question all the way from Estrin, Leonardo de Cosmo from ANSA. Leonardo, let's see if we can hear you. Otherwise, please type your question and I'll ask it here. Okay, I'm perceiving that the questions from Esrin were the same ones as for Peter. So I think we move on. I think the gentleman over there had another question today.
Okay, so I forgot to present myself before. I'm Antonio Paolozzi from Sapienza University, and I am from the School of Aerospace Engineering that was mentioned by Cramarossa, because Professor Broglio gave the start of the space activity in Italy at that school. So the question concerns now the development of the launchers. So we have seen that Vega is growing. So from Vega become Vega-C, more powerful, Vega-E, even more powerful. But I've heard also that there is another trend to make smaller vehicles. So I would like to know something more about it. Vega Light, for instance. Vega Light, I've heard.
Let me say, I guess that Europe and generally commercial market need more than one launcher to cover all the, give all the opportunity that are deserved for a space economy in Europe. Then, for some specific mission, a small launch vehicle able to perform a specific trajectory with the small payload may be a good economic answer to the market or to the institutional demand. Then, from economical point of view, it is not an obvious, this simple task to identify what is the real figure in terms of target, in terms of cost, in terms of flexibility of it, and check, be sure that there is an economic convenience in launching a small satellite by small satellite instead of grouping them into a larger one like Vega or Ariane and then dispatching it. There have been a lot, and there are in Europe a lot of development at early stage or at stage maybe more measure. I guess that today, more than the size of the launcher itself, what is important is the architecture that we have to discuss on, and to try to get the European workforce such to be competitive, at least for a European and other market. So, for instance, usability you mentioned, and there are many other subjects and technology that are maybe even more important than size.
Maybe I can just complement by saying that from the ESA point of view, we will propose, as mentioned before, at CM22, a very clear path on the product adaptations of Vega-C and Ariane 6. On the Vega line, I mentioned Vega-E, and it is clear for the next generation of Ariane and Vega, we go in the direction of reusability, as mentioned before. In parallel of that, I mentioned in my introductory statement that we promote also commercially led space transportation services through a program called Boost. We started it in Sevilla, meaning a couple of years ago. So it's quite a young program, but it shows that there is quite interest on this program. And we have participating states which have companies who are emerging in the field of micro-launchers, following a clear scheme that it is commercially led. Commercially led means that as ESA, we do not take a liability of any sort of it, but we can bring an expertise, we can bring a certain support, for example, accessing testing facilities, etc. Then, if this is then supported by the different member states to be pursued at CM22, we will see it. At least it is part of the menu. And if you address the question of Vega Lite, it is certainly a point which Asi will comment in due time. You want to make a comment, Augusto?
Thank you, Daniel. I think that Paolo Bellomi has already given a good and clear question on the possibility of using a small version of Vega. So I think that I should not add anything else.
Okay. Perhaps 2 words concerning the possibility to come here in CEG for this future micro launcher, of course for the Light Vega. That's clear that we are here in CEG in order to improve or to modify the old launch pad of Diamond, of the launcher Diamond, in order to welcome European micro launcher, and of course it is also for Italian micro launcher. So we will, of course, in position in CEG to welcome all these micro launcher as soon as they are ready, of course.
Thank you very much. We know.
And maybe one final word on that. What will be absolutely key for the decade to come will be the launches delivered by Ariane 6 and Vega-C. We have already a very strong order book for both launchers, and we are sure that micro and mini launchers can be a complement. But believe me, most of the work will be done by Vega-C and Ariane 6. So next step is really Ariane 6 now.
Okay, looks like now we can go to the next question. We have a question coming from Esrin, from Giancarlo La Rocca, from Affari Italiani. Let's see if we can hear you.
Yes, thank you. I'm Giancarlo from Affari Internazionali, Istituto Affari Internazionali, Italy. First of all, congratulations on the successful launch. I have 2 questions on the Avum Plus stage. The first one is how can it improve the sustainability solutions, for instance, for the disposal of the stage itself at the end of the mission? And the second question is regarding the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. How are you coping with the challenges, especially for the Yuzhnoye facility?
If you don't mind, do you mind repeating the question a little bit slower? I don't think we heard it well here.
Yes, okay. So the first one is regarding the Avum Plus. How can it improve the sustainability solutions, for instance, for the disposal of the stage itself at the end of the mission? And the second one is concerning the conflict in Ukraine. How are you coping with the challenges coming from the conflict, in particular for what concerns the Yuzhnoye facility and the context of the Avum Plus production?
So with respect to Avum Plus, we have increased propellant loading, and increased propellant loading means additional flexibility in the mission, but also in the capability to dispose, because to dispose and to change or to make re-entry, you need a propellant. So it's really towards the increased flexibility. Then the other modification, which is also important, is that we had on the Avum Russian tanks, and now we have European tanks. So that is also an important modification of the Avum Plus. And on the Ukrainian crisis, I leave the floor.
Yes, thank you, Stefano. So to your second question, after the invasion of the Ukraine by Russia, we had immediately sessions in the restricted ESA Council on the topic. And the objective, of course, is to secure the continuity of the Vega-C launch services. We presented in this context a number of actions, short, medium, and longer term. We progressed a lot. The short-term actions are there. And it is clear that we have also what we need in order to deliver key European institutional missions in the next few years. And on top of that, we are working on alternative scenarios if we should need them. And on the longer term, we will continue to be more autonomous, because at the end of the day, European autonomy goes also with European source technology. And let's be very clear, if we are here today, it is also because we took a very good decision some time ago, because today the Avon Plus we flew today is based on tanks coming from Germany, and previously they were coming from Russia, and we will not be in the same situation right now.
Thank you, Daniel. We have now a question from Antoine Meunier to Stefan Israel. Let's see if we can hear it. Otherwise, I will read it from the screen.
Yes, hello everybody. Congrats for this success. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello everybody. Congrats for this success. Could you please just reprecise the launch rate of Vega-C targeted by 2023, please?
Yes, sure. So we target a launch rate of 4 Vega-C per year, starting next year. This year we will have one more Vega-C for Airbus Pléiades Neo. It will be in November, provided that all the analysis of the flight data are correct, but we are very confident it will be the case. And then it's 4 launches per year we target on average, in a context where the market is very dynamic and where there could be even more demand beyond these 4 launches. And here maybe I could leave the floor to Daniel, because I know that ESA is reflecting on consolidating the cadence accessible to Vega. I do not know, Daniel, if you want to say a word on that.
Yes, we have to see in this context that we have a lot of European institutional customer queuing up. It started with the breakaway of Soyuz. We have 5 missions for which we have to find solutions. One of it is an ESA mission, and we may also look. I mean, we are looking in all opportunities, and we may launch one of them also with Vega-C. That's the first point. Second, we have beyond the flagship program mentioned by Stefan, Copernicus, a number of institutional perspectives. And this is, of course, a big incentive to invest in additional launch rate capability. This is, of course, to be covered at the launcher level side, but on the other side also on the ground side from Europe Spaceport. And I would like to underline that we have also a nice perspective coming from the Italian decision to invest part of its resilience funds in space activities, which is leading to additional payloads, which is giving an additional dimension to the needs of launch services, and this will definitely consolidate the launch rate of Vega-C in the next few years. And in this sense, we aim at 4, as been said by Stefan, in the short term, but we may go higher.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. We have one more question from Peter de Selding. Peter, the floor is yours.
Yes, this is a question for Stefan Israel. Stefan, I'm not sure I understood what you said about the current order book for Vega-C. Order book. I believe you said there are 7 Vega-C missions already booked, and that 4 of them are for institutions, 3 for commercial customers, plus another 4 probably from ESA for Copernicus. Is that right?
So in our order book, we have the equivalent of 7 Vega-C, 4 institutional and 3 commercial. And we have also 10 auxiliary payload, which will be launched aboard certain of these launches, because you know that we have the SSMS system. And among the 4 institutional missions, you have Sentinel-1C for the European Commission. You have Cosmos SkyMed 2. you have Flex Altius, and I must say I have forgotten the fourth one, sorry about that. And after you have the 3 commercial missions. Among these commercial missions, you have 1 satellite for Formosat, for Taiwan, for CARI, CubeSat 7, 1 satellite for Thailand through an Airbus contract. You have also the Pléiade Neo, which are coming for Airbus. And there is 1 mission which we could consider mixed, which is NAOS and CO3D. What is important, maybe to precise, is the fact that with Vega-C, we will enter a period where we will have single launch dedicated to big radar satellites, such as Sentinel-1C, multiple launch, and we will decide, depending on the availability of the satellite, what will be the final mission. And you know that in Arianespace, this is something we do very well since 40 years to accommodate multiple missions. And more, we will go to dual launches for Vega-C. And we will have also auxiliary payloads to complement the main passengers with CubeSat and NanoSat as we did today. So I insist on the fact that the missions we are going to deliver for Vega-C will be much more complex than the majority of the ones we have delivered for Vega, which were made of 1 satellite. And this is due to the evolution of the market. You have smaller Earth observation satellites, so they need co-passenger, but also the increased capability of Vega-C, which is more powerful than Vega, giving more room for maneuver to accommodate more complex missions.
Well, thank you very much, everyone here today. I believe we have no further questions, so I believe not. So if anyone has any closing statements they might want, please say it. Otherwise, we will close the transmission. We're good. Okay. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining us today on the successful launch of Vega-C. And, well, for Europe, have a good evening.